Party was for a female friend of Noah's who was turning 22. It had been advertised on Snapchat, even containing the address, so quite a few people were expected to attend. Noah drove himself to the party on Saturday and by all accounts enjoyed himself. He did text his family member who was at Rocklahoma and express regret at not going with them, but it doesn't appear that this put too much of a damper on his attitude at the house party. After spending Saturday at the birthday girl's house, Noah returned home Sunday, probably to freshen up and take care of any outstanding errands or just check in with his grandmother, with whom he lived. Also, Noah's car was leaking from the oil pan, so it sounds like part of the reason to return home was to leave it there so he wouldn't have to worry about it. There are two stories about what happened next. The first is that one of Noah's friends picked him up from his house on Sunday, but took him to a truck stop so he could grab some food from the Sonic there. Oddly, the friend who took him there says he left him there and Noah was then given a ride to the party by the birthday girl, who had to come pick him up. The other story is that his best friend picked him up from his house and took him directly to the party, leaving him in the driveway. Either way, Noah was back at the party on Sunday and, according to those present, was very much enjoying himself. There were videos from the party showing Noah and his friends doing guy things like the slap game, where two people try to slap each other across the face as hard as they can. Just macho, drunken teenage guy things. There was also video from the party of the guests playing classic party games such as beer pong. With all the drinking going on, some issues were bound to arise. A confrontation happened between Noah and his best friend. Noah had been in a corner with his best friend's girlfriend and apparently they had their backs to everyone else while talking. The best friend took exception to this and an argument ensued. Luckily, it did not become physical and they made up shortly after, but this event with the best friend and his girlfriend is important for later. A second confrontation occurred between Noah and a 16-year-old guest that did become physical. The 16-year-old accused Noah of hiding his phone, although the reasons why he thought Noah did it have not been stated. During the argument, the kid fishhooked Noah and Noah returned the favor by biting his finger. It seems like the other people there were able to defuse the situation and the kid's phone was found underneath another guest who was sleeping on a couch. As the day went on, things continued to become crazier as the people at the party drank more and more. At one point, girls at the party started signing their names on Noah's torso and buttocks, writing things such as "Noah's hot," and drawing a cartoon penis on his rear end. Noah and the best friend he had the argument with even drove a John Deere Gator UTV side by side around the property, but stopped when Noah scrapped his hand, almost flipping it over. Some people even say that Noah was tossed from the UTV, but he was checked out by a nurse at the party and she said he had nothing to worry about. Another event worth mentioning is that the birthday girl seemed to have a crush on Noah. Noah realized this, or was told this, and while talking to her about it called her a fat nap. I assume that they were close friends and this is just a drunken teen being a drunken teen. An odd thing to mention is that this girl's mother, who also lives in the home, had told Noah's family that she believed Noah wanted her sexually. Whether this is true or not, I have no clue, but it seems a very weird thing to say to the family of a 19-year-old your daughter is friends with.
Here are some video clips from the party.
Come on. Yes, come on, Shady. Oh! Damn. This range, I will fucking. Dude, I'll just beat the. Tyler was talking about that video hit me.
Like, I'm actually I would just rather, you know, I don't know where.
No, you slapped me. I slapped you. As far as I can. No. I do trust you. I trust hit me. I trust hit me then. I trust hit me. You're really holding hit me soon. Go ahead. See, I wasn't going to hold. What? Music in here.
Which one?
Yeah,
we got it.
You see my wiener.
Country Pimp. One-on-one. Mike Tyson.
I know.
So here's where the mystery comes in. Early Monday morning, September 4th, 2023, after 2 a.m., the guests say that Noah was upset about something, and that it might have had to do with sleeping in either the birthday girl's or her mother's bed. One of them either heard or saw Noah attempting to sleep in their bed and demanded that he go on the floor. This apparently upset Noah so much that he said he needed to go out for a walk, completely drunk. Very early in the morning, the guests say Noah was wearing his best friend's shorts. We'll get to his clothes later, and could only find one of his shoes, so he grabbed another shoe lying around the house and took off out the front door. The house had a half-a-mile-long driveway that then went out to US 81, a major north-south highway that runs for 1,200-plus miles through the central US. At 3:41 a.m., a friend of Noah's posted a weird Snapchat, a photo of a girl at the party smiling, with the caption, "Well, Noah's missing." This was the last Snapchat posted by any of the partygoers after days of constant videos and pics. Round 5 a.m., a semi-truck driving along US 81 saw something he believed to be a body lying on the shoulder of the road. After driving past, he became concerned and turned around to confirm what he saw. By the time he got back, 2 other vehicles had stopped in front of the lifeless body of Noah on the shoulder. He was completely naked, wearing only two mismatched shoes and curled up in a fetal position. He appeared to have blunt force trauma to the back of his head. He had small scrapes on his left shoulder and left hip, and his fingertips on both hands were reported as being shredded down to the bone. Noah's front top and bottom teeth had also been knocked out, and they were found scattered at the scene. There was no blood found at the scene, other than a small amount around Noah's injuries. Very concerning was the fact that there was no writing on his body anywhere, not on his torso and not on his buttocks. The shorts Noah was wearing were found folded up next to him. The people at the party said they must have been knocked off when he was hit, which obviously does not make sense. Round 6 a.m., with the police already notified by the people who found Noah, all Snapchats, social media from people at the party was deleted. His friends and acquaintances at the party say they have no idea what led up to his death, and they were unaware of it. The police did not search the house because they said Noah wasn't found there. They did eventually conduct a mass interview with all the partygoers. During this interview, Noah's best friend's girlfriend, the one that led to his first confrontation, told police she had never met Noah. She had wiped her phone so completely that even her boyfriend's number had been deleted. When the guests were asked about Noah being naked, the girls said they gave Noah a shower, but Noah's mental state at the time, whether mildly drunk or completely inebriated, has been an area of dispute among the guests. Some say he was joking around and being himself while being showered. Other accounts state that he was barely conscious. Noah's clothing he wore to the party that night has never been located. Police were told that after Noah showered, his clothes were dirty, so he wore his friend's shorts. There is a rumor that his best friend's father found Noah's shirt from the party, which was then cut up and distributed to the party attendees as a memento. In addition to this event with his shirt, there is also information that his best friend's father had some of Noah's teeth in his pocket. He stated he accidentally picked them up from the crime scene. It's worth stating that this particular individual has been on Noah's family's Facebook memorial page for months, arguing with others on there. Just very odd behavior from an adult father whose son's best friend died mysteriously. But on this same topic, none of the partygoers or their families have ever visited Noah's family to express their condolences. Never once. Since Noah's friends and others at the party said they didn't know what happened, the police had their work cut out for them. The Oklahoma Highway Patrol obtained a geofence warrant covering a 1 to 1/2 mile radius around the party house. What they found was a bit disturbing. Around the time it is believed Noah died, 2 phones were traced as having left the house, heading to the location of his body. After briefly staying there, the 2 phones returned to the house. People at the party told a private investigator hired by Noah's family that they went out looking for Noah in the UTV gator that Noah and his friend had been on earlier. If they had really done this, they would have found him since the phones were at the spot Noah was found. It has not been released who exactly this was. Also revealed when police searched phones was a video of the birthday girl and her sister on their front porch, screaming at each other about Noah leaving the party.
His report also detailed extensive injuries to the teen's upper body, including 10 broken ribs, serious skull, neck, and spine fractures, internal bleeding, brain and organ damage, and cuts and grazes all over his body. The autopsy also revealed air in both his cranial cavity and spinal cord, extremely rare conditions only caused by massive head trauma. The family has heard rumors that a golf club from the set in his best friend's truck may have been involved, but nothing else has come of this. The family has engaged with a private investigator who didn't cover previously unknown information and gave that to the police. They have also said that there is much more which has not been publicly released, and that the search of the phones did uncover good information. Also, according to the family, some evidence has been covered up or lost, and that the day after the party, the birthday girl's house and property reeked of bleach. Despite this, his family says good things are going on behind the scenes.
September 4th, he was found dead less than a mile away from that party on the side of a rural highway. He was naked except for his shoes. And to this day, neither Noah's family nor the police know how he got there. But now the family is sharing some heartrending details that they do know that haven't been made public before. They say an investigator told them the back of Noah's head was caved in, that he had road rash on his hip and gravel rash on his shoulder and multiple bruises. A friend's dad who went to the scene says that some of Noah's teeth were scattered on the ground. A pair of white shorts was a few feet away, and the shoes that Noah had on, only one of those shoes belonged to Noah, and the other shoe belonged to a friend. At the funeral home, Noah's body was bruised all over and swollen. Noah's aunt says that it was obvious his nose and his cheek were broken. His cousin says that his fingertips were shredded, as if he'd been holding on to something for dear life. I'm joined now by Noah's aunt and his cousin, Robin Smith and Ashley Chadwick. Robin and Ashley, thank you so much for being here again tonight. It's hard to read those details and have you listening. I know you're listening and I know you've been living this, and I just can't imagine how you're processing all of it. I'm also very curious how the investigators explained those details to you. Robin, can you field this first one? What did the investigators say when you learned about the extent of these injuries?
They said that they didn't think that this was from a vehicle. It wasn't an autoped. There was no indication of wraparound. There was no indication of any kind of injuries to the lower half of his body. So his pelvic would have had injury, his legs, but there was nothing on the lower half of his body. Everything was to the top of his body on the left side. There was a wound to the back of his head, different skull fractures. He had ribs broken, and it was all on the left side.
When you say no wraparound, is that the terminology they use? If it had been a hit and run, there'd be some indication that he would have somehow wrapped around whatever it was that hit him?
Yes, whether it was from the front or the back. You know, if he had been hit forward, he would have gone forward over the hood. And if he had been hit from the back, he would have splayed back over the hood. And there was no indication of that whatsoever.
I know in
They
another
said-
case that we covered, there was some talk about what about a rear view mirror of like a semi or a big heavy truck? Could that have been it if he were on the side of the road and got sideswiped with a rear view mirror?
No, they said that so Noah was tall. He was 6'2", 6'3". He was a tall kid. So even a normal car would have been too short, especially for the injury on his head. But if a normal car had hit him, that there would have been plastic in the road. There was nothing. There was nothing at the scene. If a semi or a truck mirror had hit him, they said, and this is a little graphic, but that his head would not have remained attached to his body at those highway speeds. The speed in that area is 65 miles per hour. It's rural Oklahoma. Everybody's doing a little bit more than 65.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. I can see how they've sort of, by the process of elimination, tried to explain some of these things, but still without answers. So, Ashley, when you went to the funeral home, tell me a little bit about the experience and what you saw when you were there.
When I had went to the viewing at the funeral home, I was there roughly a total of 7 minutes. I did not last long. I spoke to my family when I arrived, and I went into the room of where his body was. And whenever I approached the casket, I immediately saw that he did not appear of what he normally looked like. His face was so swollen, and you could tell with the makeup, like they tried their best. He was really dark complected. The bruising all over his body was tremendous. When I looked at his hands, his fingertips looked as if he was like kind of hanging on or reaching out for something or doing whatever he possibly could to get away from whatever it was, as I'm assuming, because his fingertips were so like beat up. They were kind of like shredded in a sense. I don't know how best to put it in terminology. And as for how he was clothed in the casket, they put blue jeans on him, and he was going to wear his football jersey, but they had to put a like long sleeve underneath like a Under Armour type of long sleeve material underneath the jersey due to all the excessive bruising on his body.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage. News Nation correspondent Alex Capriello has been gathering all of this new reporting today. He joins me live now from outside of Terrell, Oklahoma. Really remarkable reporting that you were able to get on both sides of this, now what seems sort of pitched debate between these families. Tell me what you learned today.
Yeah, really interesting hearing both sides of the story, one from family, another one from a very, very dear friend. We did the interview separately because I didn't want any sort of contamination of the things that they were going to say to me and their accounting of the story, but really great details from the both of them. I'll show you just very briefly. This is the cross that now stands on the side of the highway. Jack Newton, that best friend who is at the very center of this conversation, is the one who actually placed these crosses here on the ground. The house where the party was, Ashley, is less than a mile away that way. So really the story goes, as they are trying to piece it all together, is that at some point Noah actually just walked down this road at some point and his body was found not far from here. Let's begin with Jack's account, though, because Jack has a very different opinion about what happened than what his family members told me. And at the same time, he also shared new details about what it was like to have so much suspicion surrounding him and what it was like to pass a polygraph test. Take a listen.
I ran over here, asked him if Noah was okay, and the semi-truck driver had his hands on Noah like this. And so I just kind of, and I could just tell, you know, that he was not okay. He was laying on his side, and he just had his eyes closed, you know. And he had a cut on his forehead. Like, it wasn't just like terrible, like, I mean, it was just a cut on his forehead. The top of his hair was scraped off his head, and there was blood on his ears. 100% in my heart think that he was hit. I think he got hit on the top of his head by a semi. And that shoe that was on good just stayed on. I don't know. I can't explain any of it, you know.
Is there any part of you that believes that he might have been beaten to death?
No. No, he was not beaten to death.
Why not?
Because just the injuries, you just could tell he's not. And I said, okay, I'll take the polygraph test. I took the polygraph test, and I mean, it was nerve-wracking, of course. I had these two things on my fingers. I had a butt pad and then my feet thing, and these things around my chest. I mean, and I didn't even get to look at the guy. I was looking straight forward, and he was talking to me, asking me questions.
There's a lot of online chatter, and I think that's the reason why they're asking for you to take a polygraph test about you and your father. I mean, tell me about what that experience has been like for you to have to handle that type of discussion happening all around you.
I think the reason that I got brought into it is because, I mean, going through high school, you did not hear Jack's name without Noah and Noah without Jack. I mean, we were just always together. I mean, he lived with us for a while, and we were just always at each other's houses. And I think when everybody heard something happened to Noah, they just said, "What about Jack?" And just, I don't know. I don't know where all the crazy talk's coming from. Just sucks.
Do you feel good to kind of be past that a little bit with the polygraph test?
I mean,
do you believe that you're past that or no?
People saying stuff. I mean, people are saying like it's easy to pass a polygraph and stuff like that. It's just, I don't know. You can't really control what people say about it. You know, you just know what you know. And I've put my personal number on Facebook and said, if you want to talk about it, I'll talk about it.
So what has these last 7 months been like for you?
I mean, it's always been the hardest time of my life. And on top of other people saying everything, just been the hardest time of my life.
And so if you could tell there from the very beginning of that interview, Jack was one of the very first people on the scene. He tells me that he was leaving to go fishing with his dad when he drove up the road, noticed all the activity, and then saw Noah's body right here, bloodied on the side of the road.
Well, Alex, fantastic interview, and so telling, but I'm still confounded by the other side of the argument, which seems to come from Noah's family. His brother spoke with you today and has a completely different version of what he thinks happened. Tell me what you learned.
Yeah, while Jack is of the train of thought that this is most likely an auto pedestrian accident, a hit-and-run crash, which is something that law enforcement has virtually at least said that they have ruled out. From the brother's perspective, he feels like something much more sinister might have happened, that people at this party know something but just aren't saying it.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider, and don't forget to click the red subscribe button.
Take a listen to my interview with him.
He just said that Noah was in an accident, and so I thought he was in the hospital, you know, and so I come by and I pick up my dad, and we started driving down there, and it's only a 30-minute drive from Comanche, but that drive felt like 2 hours just sitting in silence. And then we show up, and Jack and Caleb and the Jefferson County Sheriff was there, and Noah was covered up on the side of the road with the tarp, and it was just kind of a good 10 minutes just staring at fields, just and a loss of words, you know. When we show up there, everything's going through our minds of what in the world could, because it doesn't look like a hit and run sort of situation, you know. And some weeks go by, and we, you know, they finally rule out the hit and run, and that 4-day party turned into something awful that happened within just a short hour time span for him. I believe this is his tooth. right here. His pants were folded up on that square mark.
His pants were there. His tooth was right there in that circle.
I believe so, yeah. And his body was here. And he was in the fetal position, facing that way. And his body was covered up with a tarp or a blanket type of thing. And as you're looking at it, you can see blood seeping through the covering and onto the ground. As I'm looking at it, it just seems weird. The placement of the body, the tooth, the shorts, where they're at, doesn't look like a hit and run. Not that I've been aware of.
And have you ever heard them say foul play is suspected?
I've heard suspected of foul play, suspicious death. And again, they don't tell me everything because they don't want to ruin the investigation. But they said that they've got a couple of people in mind on the situation, and that they're really looking in on them. So,
are you able to tell me who those people are?
They haven't told me.
But they have said that they have a few people in mind.
Yeah.
Interesting. Somebody's got to know something.
Somebody's got to know something. You know, if there's 40 people standing around and someone, you know, walks off, somebody knows about it. So if 40 people are standing around and somebody gets into a fight, somebody knows about it, you know. And with how close everyone is, with how many pictures are taken on Snapchat, you think that something has to turn up. Somebody has to know something and just doesn't want to say it.
And has law enforcement been pretty open with you about the things that you're hearing or what they are investigating?
Somewhat, you know. They're willing to talk about certain things, but then there's some things that's like they don't want to say too much because what if it messes up with the investigation, you know? And so there's a lot of areas that we're still in the dark about, that they know more about, and I'm hoping that they know more about the situation. That's kind of their job, and the only way we're going to get through this thing is if we're still hopeful.
Do you have any message for law enforcement or anything that you want them to know about how you're feeling or this lack of information that you're getting?
I get it. I get it that you want to protect the investigation. I get it that you want to protect the case so that way it's carried out. But quite frankly, 7 months is too long. I just hope that people see this and are able to, I don't know, just maybe it'll push someone to say something, you know, that they understand that it's being selfless. It's for someone else. It's for the true victim. If you know something, just say it. You know, it's better to say it and let the family have some sort of peace, to let Noah have some sort of peace, than to not say anything.
And so again, it's about a push for answers from this family, but unfortunately not getting much new information from law enforcement. They tell me their information is at least 3 or 4 months old. And then earlier today, I stopped by the medical examiner's office in Oklahoma City to try to find out what's the latest there, if an autopsy has been completed yet, and when we're expecting to get that paperwork. They were really closed off to me about that, Ashley. They said it's just not ready yet, and you'll get it when it is.
The issue about the suspects that you know, Noah's brother believes that there are several people that they're looking at as suspects, that's what he's been told. And I mean, at this point, they have already said if there are suspects, it's not necessarily that it was, you know, an accidental hit and run. It could be both, right? It could be a hit and run, and that's criminal too if you leave someone on the side of the road and you know about it. Is it possible it could be both, even though police have said they don't think it's a hit and run?
Well, the interesting thing when actually examining this scene and then talking to the family is that there really was not overwhelming evidence to show that it was a hit and run. I've covered so many of these auto pedestrian crashes, and you notice some things are very similar, right? There might be debris from the vehicle that struck the pedestrian, right? A headlight or different parts of the car that are on the side of the road. There was no evidence of that. And then not to mention the fact that at least one of his shoes were still on his body. That's also indicative that a car traveling this fast on this highway, I've got to say, they're at least 70, 75, 80 miles per hour. Usually everything would go flying. The teeth were so close to the body. The shorts that were off of his body were so close to the body. So there's just evidence that points that it's not a hit and run. That's at least what the law enforcement is telling the family at this point.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
Hey you guys, sorry about that. I don't know what Ruben's doing, but it's if you see him on these YouTube streets, tell him he's officially fired. No, I'm just kidding. So man, there's been a bunch of stuff going on in this case here recently. Tons of stuff that's being said and then deleted by individuals that are said to have been at the party or was there immediately after, and saying bizarre things and then deleting their comments and then saying some more bizarre things and then deleting their comments. So it's just been a whole bunch of weird stuff, to say the least. So we're just gonna get right into it. If I sound funny, I apologize. I don't know what's going on. Like half of my face is like cooperating and the other half is not. So it's weird. Like I can breathe out of half of my face and the other half is like, hey, no, putting a chokehold on me. So there's that. I have like half a headache. It's the most bizarre thing ever. So yeah, there's that too. I swear I'm not on coffee creamer. I promise. So just don't be coming for me. So first, about 2 hours ago, the Daily Mail did a story, and I want to start with that, and then obviously they have they've been watching the stuff that's been going on Facebook as well, because I have a lot of these same screenshots, but I have way more than the Daily Mail does, so apparently my screenshot and fingers are faster than theirs, but we're gonna get into it. Okay, so like I said, this was 2 hours ago, and I'm gonna read the story first, and then I'll go over the pictures that they have. And apparently Ruben's just not gonna do nothing today. I'm just kidding. Oh, absolutely, Bia. If you know me well enough to know I screenshotted everything. I don't even care if it ain't deleted. I still got it. But yes. Yes, yes. For the alleged hospital incident? I don't know. Alright. So this says friends of teenager mysteriously found dead on a lonely highway give wildly inconsistent stories about his last hours alive. Noah Presgrove, 19, was wearing only shoes when his body was discovered on a desolate stretch of US 81 near Terrell, Oklahoma on September 4th. He was last seen alive about a mile away at a 4-day, 22nd birthday party with friends over the Labor Day weekend that was heavily documented on social media. But what the wild videos and drunken photos leave out is how he suffered massive head and upper body injuries that led him to die from internal bleeding. Prescove's cadre of close pals, still raging well into that Saturday night, consistently claimed they had no idea how he died, if they were even awake when he did. But leaked text messages and unearthed social media comments show chaotic, inconsistent, shifting, competing narratives that have fueled sinister rumors and turned the little town on the Texas border into a tinderbox. The rough series of events that emerges is that after 2 nights or particularly heavy partying, Presgrove and several others took an ATV for a drunken spin and flipped it. No one was hurt, but he was dirty enough that 2 of his friends gave him a shower, and he changed into a different pair of shorts and argued with the birthday girl about whether he could sleep in her bed. After being told no, he wandered off to clear his head and wasn't seen again until a passing motorist spotted his body and called 911 at 5:53 a.m. Okay, we're going to get into the screenshots after I read this off, so hold your questions. Prescove's best friend Jack Newton, who can insist he was asleep when the teenager died, summarized it to a friend weeks after the party. All of close friends said that he wrecked my side-by-side I had there around 3, he wrote. And he was super dirty and super drunk, so a couple of girls helped him in the shower. When he got out of the shower, he wanted to sleep in one of the girls' bed, and she said no, and that upset him, and he walked off. But the details are very much in debate, as is whether Presgrove was killed before he was found or even left the party alive. The Lost Weekend. The party was to celebrate the 22nd birthday of Avery Joe Combs, whose family are huge landowners in the area around Terrell and beyond. Advertised to friends on Snapchat, it was held at her house, one of the three on a small dirt road off of the highway, 1.2 miles north of the town and surrounded by fields. The group lived in the various small towns dotted along US 81, including Ryan, Waurika, Duncan, and Comanche, where Presgrove lived. About 40 people showed up, coming and going over the course of the weekend, and videos of the increasingly drunk antics popped up online. These videos, watched by many locals as they were posted, became the only record of the last hours of Presgrove's life. One of the most crucial was from the Saturday night, showing some of Presgrove's friends, including Avery, writing their names on his bare buttocks with marker. At some point that night, Presgrove got into an argument with Jack after the latter didn't like that he was huddled in a corner talking to his girlfriend, Carter Combs, Avery's sister. We argued about girls for a second and then ended up holding each other, crying, telling each other how much we meant to one another, Jack told a friend in the weeks after Presgrove's death. Presgrove drove home late that night and showered, but it was not clear how much of the stubborn marker he was able to get off in the shower. Sunday night, identified in videos by the black shorts he was wearing, involved more drunken hijinks, including Presgrove daring friends to slap him across the face as they partied under an outside patio of the house. Presgrove had to repeatedly insist that a male friend named Brian Sweat hit him, eventually only giving him a light tap before sprinting away in fear of retaliation. About the same time, a concerning video appeared to show a teenager holding a rifle with Presgrove visible in the foreground. Presgrove fought at another point in the night after a friend, Mikey, accused him of hiding his phone. Prescove's family claimed Mikey fishhooked him and had his finger bitten him in retaliation, but some friends insisted the argument was never physical. The phone was found under another friend who was sleeping on the couch, and the two boys made up. The slap video was posted at 1:42 a.m., according to those who watched it in real time, and it was the last known post for about 2 hours. The ATV accident. The story of the ATV accident is so universally agreed upon that it made it into the autopsy report, along with Noah Presgrove coming out of it unscathed. Earlier that night, he was riding on an ATV and he flipped it, but after that, he was just hanging out at the house. Stephanie Milan, one of the girls who was there, wrote in a Snapchat message to an inquiring local. Like, he turned it on its side, but they flipped it back on its wheels. But the details and what happened afterwards vary widely depending on who you talk to. Some people say it happened at midnight, and others say it happened at 3 a.m. Jack, who owned the Polaris Ranger side-by-side, said it had to have happened after he went to bed at about 1:50 a.m. I took the keys out of the side-by-side, and apparently Noah came in my room and grabbed them while I was asleep. A bunch of people went and drove the Ranger and wrecked it, he told Daily Mail in an interview. Jack said he went to bed early because he was going fishing at Waurika Lake about 30 miles north of Terrell with his father the next morning. Presgrove is generally agreed to be the one driving the Ranger when it flipped, and though he wasn't injured, he was dirtied from when it hit the ground. Carter and Jasmine Milan are said to have helped him shower to clean the dirt off of him. He was too drunk to do it himself. Avery's mother, Stevie Howard, wrote in a Facebook comment that a video was posted online that showed them showering him, though it has not emerged since. Others said they remembered seeing the video at the time, but some of them claimed Presgrove was barely responsive. The autopsy report said only a stick figure drawn in marker on his back was still visible on his body when it was found. When and how the names and doodles scribbled on him on the Saturday night, along with more of his front visible in the photo from the Sunday, were washed off and still matter of considerable debate. After showering, his friend said Presgrove put on a different pair of shorts described as being white in the autopsy report and no underwear. Jack described them as loose-fitting wrestling shorts. Presgrove soon after argued with Avery after he asked to sleep in her bed, and she refused and told him he had to sleep on the floor. She told him he couldn't sleep in her bed because he messed with her friend the night before, Jack told a friend earlier this month. The argument upset him, and he wandered off into the night to cool off, never to be seen alive again. He walked off to clear his head, but he wasn't mad, and there was no beef. We don't know why he got mad. No one had beef, Stephanie wrote in her Snapchat message. Exactly when Presgrove left the party is unclear, but the friends gave estimates of between 3:15 a.m. and 3:30 a.m. The mismatched shoes. Presgrove was found naked by the side of the road and was with only a pair of shoes on. The shoes have fallen off in the middle of the road nearby. No, the shorts have fallen off in the middle of the road nearby. One of his Adidas slip-on and the other was a Hey Dude branded slip-on. Presgrove couldn't find his other Adidas shoe and so impulsively pulled one he found lying around the house, his friend said. Alicia Lee, earlier this month, explained the other shoe belonged to her son, the friend who was asleep on the couch and was earlier lying on Mikey's phone. The shoes shown on the photo are my son's and on his feet. He said he had ACL and meniscus surgery and was wearing a pink knee brace, as seen on the Snapchat video provided on to the OHP. She wrote, sharing one of the videos of the night. One of these shoes sits on the shelf of my son's closet. The other one was found on Noah. When my son went to sleep in the chair that evening, he kicked off his shoes and went to sleep. When he was awoken by the sounds of his friend stating Noah was gone, he found his shoe was missing. Presgrove goes missing. Presgrove's friends said that he had a habit of wandering off from social gatherings, and for a while they didn't think that night was any different. Jasmine posted a selfie on Snapchat at 3:41 a.m. with the caption, "Well, Noah's missing," which continues to fuel condemnation about 9 months later. I just want to make something clear. I posted this picture not knowing that the worst was going to happen. Not knowing Noah would never come back, she later wrote in a Facebook post defending herself. It was normal for Noah to wander off. Nobody thought he wouldn't be back. So don't even think for a second just because I posted that means I know what happened to him, because I'm just as clueless as everyone else. I'm sick of it. Noah was my friend and I loved him so much. It hurts that people could even think of any of us that could have done anything to hurt him. We all love Noah. Someone is really out there thinking that they got away with murder because y'all are blaming us for something we didn't do. Jack told a friend those still awake eventually did go looking for him, but they were still not in fear of his safety. After he was gone for a while, everyone was looking for him, he said, but knowing Noah, I bet he was kidding and didn't let anyone find him, he wrote. He told DailyMail.com his ATV was even part of the search. They said they took my ranger to look for him in the ditches and stuff, but knowing Noah, he was probably seeing everyone looking for him and was just hiding out. The friend said they didn't find him and returned to the house, assuming he'd eventually turn up. Prescove's family claimed they saw the video of Avery and Carter screaming at each other on the front porch about him walking off, but the footage has never emerged. Presgrove's body is found. One of the pickups was only found. Presgrove was only found when two vehicles traveling along US 81 spotted his body by the side of the road in the early hours of the morning. One of the pickup truck whose driver immediately pulled over to investigate and called 911 at 5:53 when he realized it was a body. The second vehicle was a semi-trailer that turned around when it reached Terrell and returned to the scene, also calling 911. Around the same time, Jack said he woke up ready to go fishing and was told his best friend was missing. I figured maybe he got a ride or something. Noah's done that before. He got mad and left, he told DailyMail.com. He was not one you usually worry about. I wasn't really thinking about it. Jack texted his father, Caleb Newton, at 5:53 a.m., coincidentally the same time as the 911 call. He was letting him know that he was on his way. I'll meet y'all at the lake. Can you bring me a hat, please? Someone messed with mine after I went to bed, he wrote. Caleb replied, okay. Jack assumed Presgrove was fine and left for the lake, driving north until he saw the semi-trailer and pickup by the side of the road. In a Facebook post last week, Caleb explained how his son called him and told him Presgrove was dead. At about 6:05, I got a call no parent ever wants, and it was short and hard to understand, he wrote. I was standing on my boat in the yard. I knew exactly where I was when I got the call. I was getting the boat ready. Dad was making coffee. We were actively getting ready to go to the lake. Caleb wrote that immediately after he called his father, who was supposed to go fishing with them, to call off the trip, but he was told to swing by the house less than a mile away to pick him up. He jumped in his wife's car because it was most readily available and gunned it the 40 minutes down the highway from Comanche. By the time he arrived, local Jefferson County Sheriff's deputies had arrived on the scene at 6:18 a.m. and were securing the scene. Caleb wrote that he arrived and saw the body. He called the teen's father, Victor Presgrove, to break the horrific news. Police covered the body with a tarp or sheet and retrieved the shorts, which the autopsy report said were undamaged despite Presgrove's injuries, from the middle of the road and neatly folded them nearby. About freaking time. Can't breathe out of half my face and gotta do all this damn reading.
I just crazy. I was on a important conversation, phone call. So
Yeah.
I was like, oh snaps! I said I gotta go. My boss is up. I'm gonna get fired again.
Yeah, I already told half of YouTube if they seen you that you're freaking fired.
So where you at right now?
Caleb wrote.
What Caleb wrote?
Yeah.
The father of what do you think? Jack?
Yes.
And is this a statement that he gave when after?
This is the Daily Mail just posted this 2 hours ago, but this is statements that they've either got from them directly because they interviewed them, and or from the Facebook posts that have been deleted and comment deleted. Which I have all the deleted posts because y'all know I'm petty and I screenshot everything.
Right on. All right, continue. I'm gonna walk to. Gotta walk way, way, way into the house and get the laptop and walk way, way back. So I'm gonna mute myself.
All right. My freaking face. Yeah, we're gonna get into about that trucker. Honestly, I'm super suspicious of all of it, especially knowing what I know now, which we're gonna get to. Um, I'm not even sure if it's in this report because honestly, I haven't read it. Like I said, this was just posted 2 hours ago, and I just was like killing time waiting on Ed Weena to get done doing what he was doing, and I just typed in Noah Presgrove and then clicked on like the update tab, and then I seen there was something from 2 hours ago from Daily Mail. So I'm kind of like just blindly reading this with you guys, so I don't even know what all it consists of, but I know regardless of what is in this, I have the screenshots of his aunt that posted on the Facebook page, I think it was yesterday evening, saying that the first ones on the scene and who they were. And I know from doing my research about who they were, I think it's very interesting, and you guys are going to have a freaking conniption when I tell y'all who it was. And tell me that's a coincidence, and tell me that this shit's not being covered up. Oh, and I spoke to Kaden as well, but we'll get to that later on. After after this, I'll pull the messages up. I don't believe it was a coincidence either, Bia, because of the simple fact that we're supposed to be led to believe that this pickup truck and the semi seen Noah at the same time and simultaneously called 911 at the same exact time, and at that same minute, 5:53, Jack texted his dad saying that he woke up late and that he would meet him at the boat ramp all at the same exact time, and that's just a coincidence. All at 5:53 on the dot. That's just a coincidence. Yeah, especially knowing what we know now that at 5:15 he came and woke up five of the kids, and one of them who I've spoke with and said, "Oh, Noah's dead. Noah's dead." At 5:53, he already knew Noah was dead. So I call with the whole spiel. Oh my God! I just drove past Noah at 6:05. If you already knew at 5:15, and apparently so did your dad. So this was all, in my opinion, allegedly, and this is my opinion, do your own research, form your own opinion, blah, 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 allegedly. Everyone is innocent until proven guilty, blah, 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 blah. I think this whole thing is a cover up to keep kids that have promising careers, that have just graduated high school and just starting college or just starting jobs, that have promising careers, to keep from getting in trouble and having this tarnish their record, because for one, they were providing alcohol to minors and somebody lost their life because of that, and actions have consequences, and it was a domino effect. And that's what I think. And plus these kids' parents have families that are very much so um, connected far and wide. And I just said it. I said what I said.
Okay, I got my bifocals.
Okay.
Where are you at right now?
Same spot.
Caleb?
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Caleb wrote that when he arrived and saw the body, he called the teen's father, Victor Presgrove, to break the horrific news. He called Noah's father?
Right.
Okay.
And apparently that's how, like, that's how their families are connected. Not the mom or the mom, I guess his dad, Caleb, is friends with Victor. And I've even heard, I don't know, like, I haven't been able to confirm it, that Victor might even be employed by Caleb.
Right, because I thought we were told that, or it was said that he called his Caleb's father because they were going fishing or some bullshit.
Yeah, and apparently Caleb called Victor.
That's fucking odd. All
Right.
right, so
After he called his dad. So first he called his dad, which would be grandpa to Jack, and then called Victor.
right.
And
So
said there was an accident. That's all he said.
did he go pick up Victor?
No, he went and picked up his dad, but Dalen, which is Noah's brother, picked up his dad because they have the same dad, and they got there. But when they got there, Caleb, his dad, and all, and everybody was already on scene.
Okay. All right. Victor.
Allegedly.
Victor Presgrove.
Noah's dad.
Presgrove's father.
Correct. Yes.
We'll continue.
His mom's name is Casey Elliott. But he was emancipated when he was 17 and lived with his grandmother, Deborah Smith.
Do you know why?
No, I just know that's all that it was reported, was that he was emancipated. And I mean, I've heard rumors, but
Right.
I don't want to speculate that he just wanted to be out on his own and had the means to do so, so he was legally emancipated.
Okay. So
and stayed with his grandma and great grandma.
Police covered the body with a tarpaulin.
That's a weird way to say tarp. Yeah.
A tarpaulin or sheet, and retrieved the shorts, which the autopsy report said were undamaged despite Presgrove's injuries, from the middle of the road, and neatly folded them nearby. Presgrove's family has claimed that Caleb picked up one of the teeth lying on the road, which he flatly denied. The tooth that was on the road was not moved that I seen. I watched a police officer circle it with the white chalk. I pointed out a tooth to the police. I would not have picked that up ever, he wrote. I'm assuming Caleb wrote. Yes. He's also said he was never at the party, as one rumor claims, and was at a cookout at a friend's house south of Duncan, about an hour away that night. This is Caleb we're speaking of. The cleanup. Caleb said he stayed at the scene for hours, not 4 hours, but 4 hours, until it was cleared and processed before he went to the party house to retrieve Jack's ATV. I went to inspect the UTV. Is it ATV or UTV? I went to inspect the UTV, but there were no signs of damage or cleaning. It was still very dusty. It's an old UTV. If tipped, it was minor enough to not leave scratches, he wrote. Meanwhile, Jasmine and Stephanie's mother, Renee Millen, had arrived at the house and run off the remaining party guests and began to clean up. The extent of the cleanup is hotly debated on social media, with some claiming there was a strong smell of bleach later that day. Wasn't she at the party? Wasn't this stated that she was at the party
No,
anyway?
that was Stevie. This is the nurse's mom.
Oh, okay. This is the nurse's mom. Okay.
Yeah, Stevie is Avery and Carter's mom, and they're getting to her.
Okay. So Renee, Stevie, and Caleb insist all that was done was clearing up beer cans and other alcohol remnants, and there were no attempts to hide a crime scene. It was like that.
Okay, well, some would say getting rid of the alcohol when it was being served to minors is cleaning up the crime scene.
You could say that, yeah, because you're contributing to alcohols, to minors.
Right.
So essentially, yeah.
That is getting rid of the crime that was committed, which is they have some kind of law called hosting something in
Oklahoma.
Yeah, they've been posting it all over Facebook saying that, and apparently somebody has just recently been charged, and there was way less, there was nobody that got hurt, but they just got charged for it in the same little county, same little town, and way less, severe circumstances, but they got charged for every kid that was served, he got a different charge for it.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good.
So why does the rules not apply to Avery?
Right.
I'll tell you why here soon.
It wasn't like that. It was a bunch of sitting around and crying, and I think people were just trying to stay busy, Stevie wrote on Facebook. By people, I mean parents, because we didn't know what to do, not to hide anything, but to help our kids. Didn't know how to help them. Caleb said he removed the guns from the house, oh snaps, and took them in his house. Then later, and I got them to their owners. Huh? So Caleb said he removed the guns from the house and took them in his house, to his house, I'm assuming. Then later gave them to their owners.
Yeah.
There are also conflicting opinions about whether police ever searched the house. Presgrove's family claimed that Oklahoma Highway Patrol told them that as there was no evidence where his body was found linking him to the party house and no evidence a crime was committed there, they couldn't get a search warrant. What the frick? But others claimed police were on the property soon after Presgrove's death and were even shown where the ATV crashed, but never did a forensic search. The ATV was finally sold in April so Jack could buy a boat. Wow. What happened to Presgrove's clothes and belongings is also a source of controversy. His family claimed his clothes, including his American flag shirt he wore to the party, but soon took off in the summer heat, were distributed among his friends by Caleb as mementos after police examined them, and only his shorts were recovered. So after police examined them, and only shorts were recovered. Caleb dismissed This as a baseless rumor, but there is no definitive answer about what happened to the rest of his clothes. Presgrove had just bought a new phone in the days before his death and took it and his old one to the party, leaving them behind when he wandered off. These were recovered and examined by detectives, then returned to his family, but his family claimed his wallet was never found and the last paycheck he got was never cashed. Where were the phones? Were the phones at the house? Then that means somebody went to the house. The cops, didn't they say that they inspected
Supposedly, they were in the side by side.
the phones?
Supposedly, I can't confirm that, but that's what's being rumored. They were in the side by side.
Odd.
Right.
So
Which tells me if that is true. That's the last place that Noah was consciously at because he would have his phones.
Did they ever try to ping his phones? We know
That's
that
when they did
there's
the
two
geo.
phones pinged.
That's right. That's when they did the geofencing, and they said other than Noah's, there was 2 other phones. But Jack said in those text messages, no, no, no. They told me there was only one, and it was mine. Remember?
Right.
So
And we haven't
it
figured
was
out.
his and somebody else's. Probably his and his girlfriend's. If I had a rough guess.
Right. So what they think happened. Let's scroll it up. Many locals and some of his family are convinced Presgrove was beaten to death, whether as a murder or in a fight that went too far, then dumped on a highway. Suspicion has fallen on his friends for claiming they had no idea how he died. But they insist none of them could ever hurt him. I don't understand that when he had gotten to an altercation with Jack twice already. I guess everyone at the
Apparently
party.
3 times. Apparently
Oh,
him and Jack got into it 3 times now.
a trace? There was a trace time? Oh, because the
Yes.
trace is when he followed him outside when he was upset, right?
Yeah, the last time after the side by side incident because he came and got the keys while he was sleeping.
Right. Okay, so I guess everyone at the party could be lying, but I just can't see it. Jack told a friend last year. I mean, Noah's closest friends, and if anyone was lying, I don't think everyone would be so cooperative with the cops. Cooperative? How are we cooperative? The OHP earlier this month said it was
Cooperative with the corrupt cops? Of course, that's convenient.
says it was not investigating Presgrove's death as a murder, but that didn't rule out manslaughter. Well, okay. Still, there should be some kind of shit that they should be doing, right? So Jack Newton's Presgrove's best friend. Jack has recently told friends he is torn between Presgrove being hit in the back of the head by a passing truck's mirror or falling, or being pushed out of a pickup truck. Suspect in the latter include a group of partygoers, Presgrove's friends called the Texas Boys, who were friends of friends, and not well known by the core group. I'm 50-50 between a semi and the Texas Boys. Maybe Noah asked them for a ride or something. But even if something happened with them, it was accidental, he wrote. But man, I just can't see any kids accidentally killing someone and not calling for help. Jack elaborated to dailymail.com that he didn't believe they had any reason to kill him or cover up his death. Those were good kids too. If that's what happened, they would have called and tried to get help for him. They didn't really know Noah, so they wouldn't have beef with him, he said. Medical experts have dismissed the truck mirror theory.
Wait, did he just contradict himself? He said he didn't know them at all, but yet they were good kids?
Correct. Yes.
Oh,
and
okay.
weren't they not kids? Weren't they adults?
Yeah, older than him.
Yes. So
Odd verbiage, sir.
Yeah, why is he calling them kids?
Because these are imaginary people, and that's what he's saying about the ones that did it to him, which are the ones he's actually protecting, and honestly, probably himself.
Something possibly.
Yeah, himself and his girlfriend, because his sister-in-law is the one who, and his mother-in-law are the ones who are in deep shit for throwing the party.
Snaps.
Yeah,
or
because he's getting married to Avery's little sister in June.
So they don't have to testify against each other.
See, said the blind man.
Dang, see, like it pays to be a crook sometimes.
Yeah.
Do we have
Hey,
anybody
listen.
in the chat that's from Oklahoma?
I can hit up Kyla and Kennedy, but
I was gonna say, like, is this verbiage that a typical Oklahoman would use to describe an adult and a kid, an underage kid, or not an adult? You know what I mean? Sometimes, different places.
Is Twin Mama here or Snoops?
I don't think
Or
so.
Eddie? He speaks all kind of different. He speaks all the different lingos.
True. Yeah.
No, there's not, Bia. Not that I've heard of or been aware of. I've never even heard of them before Jack doing this weird finger pointing at them.
Okay, so let's see, Jack elaborate. Those were good kids. Okay, medical experts have dismissed the truck mirror theory, explaining Presgrove's extensive torso injuries and believed much more damage would have been done to his head. Absolutely, 1,000%. So we're not gonna read those things. Okay, whatever.
We're doing we're just doing like the writing first, and then we're gonna just go through the gallery, all 37 of the photos with the captions next, so it's not jumping around.
Okay. Falling onto his head from a vehicle is considered more plausible, but Dr. Stuart Fisher, an internist, doctor, and extensive experience in emergency medicine, said he would likely have more significant leg injuries. Jack is convinced Presgrove died where he was found and wasn't moved from a different location and dumped to cover it up. Everyone is saying he was moved after he died. It's impossible. I've seen it with my own eyes. The spot on the road where the back of his head hit the ground, there was a tooth found there. His necklace was all destroyed there.
What?
DailyMail.com. Yes.
What?
Saying this because he's
How do you know he hit his head if you didn't see it?
Because he's a professional.
Because you did it.
Because he's a professional. And
I mean, what the? Okay, and that was his necklace cut up.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
And then listen to the destroyed. His necklace was destroyed. Who the fuck says destroyed? Like his necklace got fucked up. You know?
How does that even happen? Like I can understand it being broke, but I mean, that was like vindictive. I wonder if it was like sentimental to Noah.
It was like somebody pulled it off or something.
Yeah, but in 4 different pieces. I mean, I wonder if it wasn't like sentimental to Noah or something given to him by like a family member or something, and it was just maliciously destroyed. We got to pay attention to verbiage.
Right. Yeah, absolutely, because this verbiage is weird.
Very. And this is not anything this is what he told these people, the Daily Mail.
Daily Mail. This is I'm gonna assume this is like their.
Yeah, that the interview that got released on News Nation, that was only like 5 minutes of it. Apparently there was like a 40-minute interview and they only chose 5 minutes of it to make public.
So are they starting to become corrupt too, or what?
No, they're just going to put it out in nuggets so they can get the ratings every week. You know how that goes.
Right. So the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigations called Presgrove's death suspicious in the days after his body was found. The town ready to explode. I would hope so. As the months wore on without answers, Presgrove's friends and family, along with concerned locals, grew more restless. Multiple Facebook groups have thousands of members discussing his death around the clock, with hundreds of comments a day. Many of them angry at the friends who were at the party and their families, whom they accused largely without evidence of covering up a crime. Some of them were even sent threats, to which they responded angrily, and many times confronted their accusers on social media, sparking messy, all-in threads of condemnation, whatever that means. This place is a volcano waiting to erupt, one concerned local told dailymail.com. There's a lot of pissed off people. I'm worried our small communities are going to erupt in violence. It has potential to be very explosive. I don't want to be anywhere near that fire when it pops off. Why would the community be so divided? Why do you think that is? This community seems to be so divided.
Because there's the haves and there's the have-nots, and the have-nots are fucking sick of the haves that get away with everything when they're the ones that are clearly doing the most damage and being the most destructive to the community, but they don't have to be held accountable because of who they are and what they know.
Right. That makes sense.
That's my conclusion, and because I follow the groups, and that's what the locals are. They're sick of it. This is bringing it to a head. They're sick of people dying and losing their lives in careless accidents and alcohol-related and all of these things, but yet there's no justice.
When you say that, like, is there multiple...
Yes, but Caleb's brother-in-law just died a year ago from driving ATV drunk, crashing into a parked car. A couple years before that, in 2020, 7-year-old girl lost her life while Caleb was driving drunk on a boat.
So it's but this particular family person.
Yes. Newtons. The fucking Newtons are a bunch of drunk, careless hooligans, and there's never any action. They keep doing it because there's never any consequences. And in order for things to change, you have to have consequences.
Correct. So let's continue. Locals feel OHP released its statement, its first update in 8 months, saying the case was not a murder investigation in an attempt to calm tensions. Presgrove's family also tried to put a lid on the angst after the autopsy report was released. We understand people's frustration with the pace of the investigation, his aunt Robin Smith wrote on Facebook. This is not an open and shut case. According to some accounts, there were as many as 40 plus people in and out of that party. That makes for a large pool of people to question. A lot of the stories being told do not align with one another, so having to decipher who's telling the truth is a whole other matter in itself. No shit. Smith said she had full faith in the investigators were doing their best and dismissed rumors they were being paid off as ridiculous. A team of 15 investigators is working on this case along with the OSBI, she claimed. No matter how well off some may represent themselves to the community, there's enough money in those pockets to buy off. There's not enough money in those pockets to buy off that many officials of two agencies. Please be kind and remember, these are the men and women trying to find resolution for Noah's families and friends. Presgrove's injuries. Oklahoma Chief Medical Examiner Leonardo DiCaprio. Oh, I'm sorry, that's not it. Leonardo Recurrio pulled Presgrove's died of multiple blunt force injuries, but how he got them was undetermined. His autopsy report released on May 13 detailed extensive injuries to the teen's upper body, including 10 broken ribs. Gosh dang. Serious skull, neck, and spine fractures, internal bleeding, brain and organ damage, and cuts and graze all over his body. It doesn't say that his skull got crushed in half. Who told us that?
It did. Oh, it did.
Oh, it did. Okay. Well, it's not saying that right there. There was
Because
one.
that's a little too gory for front page daily
Right.
news,
Oh,
Daily Mail.
right, because they're trying to downplay so that they calm the people down right now.
Right.
There was one extensive skull fracture running across his head, splitting. Oh, I spoke too soon. Splitting the middle
Fuck, Ruben.
base of his skull in two. And two
We're
smaller
sorry. We retract the last statement.
Yeah, I retract that last statement. My bad.
So sorry. So sorry.
Yeah, I'll say that again. There was one extensive skull fracture running across his head, splitting the middle base of his skull in two, and two smaller ones with police investigators describing his head as being caved in. I mean, and they don't know what could have possibly had his thing caved in or what could have made it. It's odd, very odd. He had about 20 milliliters or 0.68 ounces of blood pooled inside his head from brain bleed damage to 4 parts of the brain itself. There was also air in both his cranial cavity and spinal cord, extremely rare conditions only caused by massive head trauma. Both lungs were punctured, and he had internal injuries to his heart, spleen, and stomach, and internal bleeding of at least 1,550 milliliters, about 3.2 pints. A man Presgrove's size has about 12.6 pints of blood and would generally die after losing half of it. Though as little as a third can lead to death, the skin on left side of his scalp was torn off to the bone, and a clump of his hair and skin was found in the middle of the highway. Additionally, a clump of hair was observed on the right buttock without blood or tissue. Rose wrote, both his upper and lower teeth were broken with fragments and found inside the mouth, and others strewn across the road several feet from his body. He was bleeding out of his ears and had a cut on his lower lip and one on his tongue. Cut on his lower lip and one on his tongue. Yeah, like if something, either a punch or like a baseball or even a golf club hits his lower lip and hits his tongue too on his teeth,
Something had to have went inside his mouth, because they didn't just knock his teeth out. They were jagged. They were, they weren't just clean knocked out. They were,
right.
Some of them were just, they were still some fragments in his mouth.
Right. Which means the blow, something was pushing it inside, right? Like, well,
correct, but that's weird because his head is caved in the other way. So make that make sense.
Yeah, that's strange. Presgrove's C1, C2, C6, C7 vertebrae were fractured to varying degrees, and C1 was displaced, indicating a seriously broken neck, and the same kind that people who had executed by hanging suffer. What the fizzle dizzle?
Oh, whoa.
He had road rash on upper back and abrasions from grazes on his left shoulder, left arm, left side of torso, and buttocks. Other grazes were on his left eyebrow, corner of left eye, left cheek, left ear, right neck, and behind his right ear. Presgrove had healed abrasions and scabs on his nose, both hands and knuckles, left foot and heel, round healing ulcers on right thigh, all of which predated the injuries from the night. So they're saying that these happened previously before this accident or before his death or before all these
Yeah,
other.
because they were already in the stages of healing and had scabs.
Okay, yeah, I was getting confused by that.
Yeah. So they could have been from the previous nights at the party, or or just from prior incidents, but they were already, they already had a layer of skin healing.
Right. So Rakuro wrote.
I know the pictures from the party. If you zoom in, his knuckles are bleeding.
We seen that, remember? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So what does that mean? Maybe he got into a fight.
Maybe he was fighting all weekend. It sounds like.
Right, that could be it too. So Rakushio wrote, there were no vehicle parts or debris observed on the scene, indicating Presgrove was almost certainly not hit by a car. He was naked and was only wearing unmatching shoes. There was a pair of shorts found several feet from the descendant, and was reported to be his. Recurl wrote, additionally, there were 3 pieces of a white metal chain, as well as part of a tooth, present several feet from the descendant. Recurl noted that there was a drawing in black ink of a stick figure person on the side of the right thigh. The shorts he was wearing were undamaged despite the grazing on his buttocks and the slip-on shoes had grass and other debris lodged in them. Presgrove had a blood alcohol of 0.14, but no drugs in his system. And what's the legal limit?
0.08, but he wasn't 21, so 0.
Oh, snaps. Confronting photos of police chalk outlines showed his teeth were found scattered across the highway, some of a dozen feet from his body. That doesn't make sense. Farther away still is a spot of blood, the only blood found at the scene despite the extensive injuries all over his upper body. That's odd. They're saying this is the only spot of blood at the scene of where he died. There's only one
That's
spot.
correct. Yes, that is correct. And that is where, according to Jack, in his recently changed story, says that that's where his head hit the ground.
Right. Correct, American Honey. He was naked. The only thing that he was wearing was 2 slip-on shoes that had grass and debris inside of them. Family, please. Presgrove's family complained. His friends all claimed to have no idea what happened to him and how he ended up dead by the side of the road just hours later. The Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation described his death as suspicious days later, but few details have been released about the investigation. Even Presgrove's family said they were in the dark, and the Oklahoma Highway Patrol refused to provide any details to maintain the integrity of the investigation. The longer you keep the truth inside, the guiltier you become. You could aid in getting justice for Noah, his sister Madison Rawlings said. So he has a sister named Madison Rawlings. You could do the right thing and may receive a mercy that was not given to him. No shit. But the longer we sit in silence, the worse it becomes for you. I hope those involved see that we are not budging and the silence fuels our desire to know more. I miss Noah daily. This is the hardest chapter of my life, but I am thankful that I have a family that will not give up on each other. Presgrove's grandmother, Deborah Smith, also called on his friends to tell the whole story about what happened that night he died. When you think you have friends that you trust with all your heart, and then here it comes. Sorry, Noah, that some of your true friends stabbed you in the back, she said. That's fucked up. A piece of my heart is missing every day that goes by, and Noah doesn't walk through the door and still no answer. Just takes another piece of my heart. That's kind of sad. His Aunt Robin Smith begged anyone with information to at least tell the police so his family would have answers 7 months later. We lost an amazing young man to the horrible choices of others. Please do not let us lose out on justice, she said. We've heard so many different stories, but we have yet to hear the truth, the whole truth, which we deserve. I know it's scary and I know it's hard, but we deserve to know what happened. Noah deserves to have his story told. We will not stop searching and asking. We will not stop demanding. It will come out. Fucking ain't damn right it will. Oh, what is this?
These are all the pictures that we skipped past. Now we're going to go through them in the caption.
Okay. All right. Presgrove and his friends graduate from Comanche High School a few months earlier, and his family said he planned to join the military. I'm assuming that's the principal. The damage of his face was in addition to other injuries to the back of his head and upper body Noah suffered and added fuel to fears he was murdered. Why would you show a picture like that? That's just sad. I mean, Noah Presgrove's something. Final moments before vanishing. Who the hell is that ugly ass broad? There's a chick you wanted to bang.
Come on. Come on, Shady.
Shady.
Damn.
Did we figure out her name?
Dude, I'll just beat the
Shannon.
Shady shit.
Kyle was not that hit me.
Do we know who that?
Just a little food for thought. Caden told me he's the one that took this video, and this was at 1:42 a.m. on Sunday night.
The whole, like all of the video? Like
No, this video, this one right here, particularly with the kid slapping him and then takes off running.
Okay.
So, and this was the last video of him. This particular clip is the last time Noah was seen on video.
Do we know any of the kid with the gun, the kid who slaps?
I don't know who the kid with the gun is, but the kid who smacks him, his name is Braylon Sweat or Sweet SWEAT. And he's also on the clip at the end. But Caden is the one who's physically taking the video, and it was at 1:42 a.m. just to kind of put in perspective and timeline. And I got that confirmation from him myself.
Sweet.
I would just rather you not shut him.
No, you slap me. I slap you. As far as I can. I do trust you. I trust hit me. I trust hit me then. I trust hit me. You're really hit me. Go ahead. See, I wasn't going. Old. What?
Music in it.
Baby shit.
We got
You
a
see my wiener?
country pimp.
What?
One-on-one. Mike Tyson.
Sound like Jim. Do we know who those kids were? Were they the Texas boys?
No, the blonde, or the one with the hat, that was Braylon, the same one that smacked him and took off running.
And the other one that was showing off.
I have no idea. I have no idea.
None of these videos or whatever show any kind of thing like there was any kind of confrontation with anybody. I don't think.
No, they were just videos of them messing around and effing off.
Right. So, but there was three confrontations.
Right, with Jack, just himself, and then another one with someone else, and and I'd imagine people didn't record that because it was or maybe they did and we just don't know about it. But the one,
correct, yeah,
because it just kind of seems like they were more like because they were messing around and having fun or whatever, and probably from the sounds of it, it got pretty heated with Jack's 2 out of the 3 times, and.
Right.
I would imagine people started scattering because they were like, "Oh shit, this shit's about to get real," and being friends with both of them, they didn't want to have to be obligated to choose sides or whatever, so they just started scattering.
Out of 2 of the confrontations, there was supposed to be a slap or something.
Right. Correct.
Catfish said that was probably smelling melon. All right, let's continue. Presgrove Center. With his father, Victor, left, and his mother, Casey, right. Presgrove's best friend, Jack Newton, who insists he was asleep when the teenager died, summarized the basic chain of events to a friend weeks after the party.
Now, this is going to fucking blow y'all's mind, because this is something completely different than what he said on the last text messages that were leaked. So check this shit out. You want to be Jack?
Which one is Jack?
The gray on this side.
Of course. He wasn't beat up. I loved him more than anyone. I want justice for him. Hold on. Let's see. I want justice for him so bad. He deserved it, but I'm really still thinking it had something to do with a run.
Something to do with, I think he meant hit and run.
And okay. What an idiot.
Now, I don't know who I am, but what about him being in the shower?
So according to everyone that was awake, all close friends said that he wrecked my SXS.
That's side by side.
Oh, side by side, my bad. I had there around 3. And he was super dirty and super drunk, so a couple of girls helped in the shower. And when he got out, he wanted to sleep in the one girl's bed, and she had said no, so he got upset. And this would be the party was to celebrate the 22nd birthday of Avery Joe Combs, pictured here, whose family are huge landowners in the area around Terrell and beyond. What? A photo of Presgrove with his friends late on the Saturday night of the party. I don't think she was she his friend? This Shady Shannon? Because he was trying to bang her.
Right.
And the other girl with the glasses was trying to bang him. She was
right.
Pink and
he called her a fat nasty bitch. Right, correct.
Right. And that's the daughter of the mother of the house.
Right. And also the sister of Jack's girlfriend, now fiance.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
One of the most crucial was from the Saturday night showing some of Presgrove's friends, including Avery, writing their names on his bare buttocks with marker. Avery must be the one with the hat.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah. Huh. Oh, my.
Yeah. Let's read the caption first so that
Okay.
we kind of know.
We
Because
are.
I don't even know. I haven't even seen these prior to this. Like, so these must be some that he released to News Nation or whoever this person is released to not News Nation, Daily Mail.
Okay. We argued about girls for a second, then ended up holding each other, crying, telling each other how much we meant to one another. Jack told a friend in the weeks after Presgrove's death.
Okay, I guess I'll be the friend. What the fuck? Just curious, what did you and Noah get into an argument about, though, just to clear the air?
When?
Earlier.
That day?
Just heard y'all got into an argument. Just curious what it was about.
We didn't argue that day.
That weekend? May have been Saturday?
What are you talking about? I'm just kidding. but the day before, we argued about girls for like a second. And then the caption is hiding the other stuff. Let me see.
And then ended up holding each other and crying, telling each other how much we meant to one another.
That's
gay.
Right? Presgrove daring friends to slap him across the face as they partied under an outside patio at the house. This was posted at 1:42 a.m.
And that's what Caden told me. So that lines up.
Is the last known video of him alive.
And look at what this kid is wearing on his feet. Those are Hey Dudes.
Oh, those are Hey Dudes?
Yeah, I actually have 2 pair right now. They're like my everyday wears. They're like, kind of like boat shoes, like Sperry's, if you're familiar with those.
No.
That's the kind of style they are, but you don't know what boat shoes are? Oh my god.
No, I'm not a country bumpkin.
Oh, sorry. So sorry. So fucking sorry. But they're just like slip-ons, they're no laces or nothing, and they just as easy as they slide on, they slide off. Like you're definitely not gonna wear them running or
Crocs or some shit.
First of all, don't even hate on the Crocs. If they got them on sport mode, you're good to go. But no, they're like the Crocs are more like sandals. These are more like closer to a tennis shoe than a sandal.
Okay, so there's like a back part of them then.
Oh yeah, they're completely covered. They're just really, really loose fitting. They just slide on and literally will slide right back off.
Right. All right.
You just wear them like, you're not gonna wear them doing anything like working or doing anything like that. You would definitely just wear them like hanging out or just lounging around or going to a party.
Right. Another concerning photo appears to show a teenager holding a rifle with Presgrove visible.
He's wearing Hey Dudes too.
Oh, those are the Hey Dudes. Are they different kinds?
Yeah, everybody's wearing Hey Dudes.
Oh,
so that narrows it down.
Is he like in his boxers or what the fuck is he wearing?
No, those are called. I don't know. My brothers wear them too. They pay out the ass for them, and they're little shorty shorts. But apparently they're in style now. That actually could be my brother outfit wise, not the hair, but that's exactly how the little fucker dresses. It's not. It's like, what are you? Why are you wearing Daisy Dukes?
And we don't know the caliber of this rifle. Could it be a shotgun rifle?
Definitely think it looks like a rifle. There's a scope. I mean, unless you got a shotgun with a scope, but that just seems like why would you be putting your face up to a thing with kickback like that? But what do I know? No. No, because I asked Caden and he said that they did go hunting with pigs and it was not. They didn't have any. There was no guns. There was no. They were all real pew-pews. No little, as he called it, no toy guns.
Okay. Oh, house shoes. Okay, thank you. Penny loafers. Thank you. Catfish. That's you.
Oh, don't say that. You're kind of right, but ew.
I have penny loafers.
Oh well, ew. I'm not judging, but don't just say like that. Yeah.
Just
okay.
because I might be a Caleb in this town. No, I'm just kidding. So earlier that night, he was riding an ATV and he flipped it. But then after that, he was just hanging out at the house. Stephanie Milan, one of the girls who was there, wrote in the
Wait, time out. That is the little sister of the nurse, Jasmine.
Stephanie?
Yes.
Stephanie Milan is the little church.
The little sister of which is the girl best friend to Noah, according to everybody.
Right. Because he had a male
Okay.
best friend, which was Jack, and
Yeah.
the girl nurse was the best
Jasmine.
girl.
Right. And she's best friends with Carter, which is Jack's fiance. And their mom is Renee, which is the one that was supposedly cleaning up after the accident, getting rid of all the beer cans and everything. And her mom and Stevie, which is Avery and Carter's mom.
This seems like a love triangle.
Uh-huh.
Stephanie Milan, one of the girls who was there, wrote in a Snapchatty message to an inquiring local. What is the name right there?
Stephanie, and then the other one just says me, whoever me is.
He walked off to clear his head and never came back. Everything else about the story will be released to the news tomorrow. I'm not supposed to say anything else.
So he didn't take off on an ATV with someone else?
No, earlier that night he was and he flipped it, but then after that he was just hanging out at the house like he turned it on its side, but they flipped it back on its wheels. The fuck
Okay.
describe?
Okay, and I guess the story about him having beef with someone is true since he walked away and was mad?
No. And I can't see the rest of it. Presgrove argued with Avery, pictured, after asked to sleep in her bed, but she refused and told him he had to sleep on the floor. This is Avery. Jack with his fiance and Avery's sister, Carter Combs. Strange, huh? Presgrove soon after argued with Avery after he asked to sleep in her bed, but she refused and told him he had to sleep on the floor. Jack, May 5th at 8:26 p.m. Yes, she just told him he couldn't sleep in her bed because he messed with her friend the night before. And no, by the time he walked off, everyone had left except the Texas kids. Now he's calling them fucking kids. Other
Yeah.
them boys.
Boys, kids, right. Exactly.
And like our close friend group, and apparently some other girls that were there left after Noah did. But I just heard about that. Twin Mama, Ruben's still reading. Yes, Twin Mama, I am. A video showing the Hey Dude shoes one of the party guests was wearing before they kicked them off and fell asleep on the couch. Presgrove took one of them, and when he left the party, when he couldn't find one of his, and it was found with his body. That seems kind of weird, right? Like, how does he lose his shoes? Or Hey Dudes or whatever the hell.
Apparently, they all just had him kicked off and they were spread out around the house, is what they're trying to imply. But I've seen, just since we've started this little picture dialogue, I've seen 3 different people wearing 3 different styles and colors of Hey Dudes.
Right, so you couldn't be mistaken, right?
Right, you would think, but Adidas and Hey Dudes, like, those weren't even close. Why wouldn't you just grab both of the Hey Dudes and not the Adidas? Like, it just seems weird, and I don't think Noah did it at all.
Right. That makes sense. Jasmine posted this selfie to Snapchatty at 3:41 a.m. with the caption, "Well, Noah's missing," which continues to full condemnation almost 9 months later. I know. What an odd thing to fucking say. Right? Confronting photos, a police chalk outline showed where his body marked by the white line and at least one of his teeth marked by the circle were found. I was going to say, what are those things? But those are the to let you know you're going drifting.
Off the side of the road, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you're getting too close to the white line.
Yeah. So his body was found like right there on that Chinga's right there.
Which means he was way more in the road than I realized. I thought he was on the other side of the white line. That means he was in the middle of the road. Like, he was in the lane, you know?
What that means is his body was found right there.
Right. Correct.
Jack texted his father, Caleb Newton, at 5:53 a.m., letting him know he was on his way. On his way where, motherfuckers? I don't know why it's so cheap. I'll meet y'all at the lake. Can you bring me a hat, please? I don't know why it's so cheap. What is that saying? Dang.
You're talking about a truck on Facebook Marketplace?
And then it just goes into dang.
Yeah. Yeah, and then the next message was supposedly Monday morning at 5:53.
Fucking weird. Oh, snaps. Jack's father, Caleb Newton, is pictured with his wife. Damn, she looks young as a motherfucker.
Rosa, who is not Caleb's mother, her name is Sarah. Just a little food for thought.
That girl right there?
That is not Jack's mother. That is just Caleb's wife. But Jack's mother, her name is Sarah. So stepmommy.
Stepmom. Do we know how old this child is? I mean, this lady is?
Yeah, I'd say pretty
19.
Well, no, she's of age, but she's, I don't think she's old enough to even be possible for Jack to be her son, so there's that.
Right. Presgrove's body was found about a mile north along the highway from the small street where the party was held. That's a pretty long distance. You know what I mean? To say that he walked that distance butt-ass naked. Presgrove's family claimed his clothes, including his American flag t-shirt he wore to the party, but soon took off in the summer heat, was distributed among his friends by Caleb as mementos after police examined them, and only his shorts were recovered.
So this is the supposed this is the shirt and the necklace that would have been allegedly cut up and spread out, in the chain that supposedly was in 3 pieces next to the tooth.
But they're saying that this shirt, the police already examined this shirt
and they released it to Caleb. Correct.
Caleb. Oh,
and Caleb cut it up and distributed amongst the kids that were at the party.
Right. But
probably to incriminate them all.
Right.
In my opinion, allegedly.
But what does it mean by the short? Only the shorts were recovered. Does that mean?
Because the shorts were recovered and actually given to the medical examiner, which were not his shorts. They were actually Jack's shorts. His shorts were also picked up by Caleb and were later given to his brother by Caleb. The black shorts that he was actually wearing.
Oh, I guess this would be a good time. Twin Mama, you live in Oklahoma. Is it common speech for say a young adult in his teens, whatever, to call somebody who is an adult, say 21 above, as a kid?
Or boy?
Or boy.
When you're 19?
Yeah. Is this a thing in Oklahoma? Is this how we speak?
Hey, boy.
Jack Newton, Presgrove's best friend.
And look at that. Doesn't that look like a black truck?
It sure does. That's not there no more. Looks like it's lifted and gifted.
Awful shiny.
Mm-hmm.
She said absolutely not.
She said, good Lord, we are on to something here.
Well, that's a hard no then.
Right? So then that's very...
Hey boy, maybe, she said, but okay, but if you were referring to them like, say, in a police interview, or even talking to other adults, if you were trying to give a description of another person, and would you refer? Is it common for them to just be like, "Oh, them boys," or what was the other way?
Knowing that
The boys,
they're adults,
or wait, it was Texas boys, and what was the other way he said it?
kids,
Kids. Sorry, yeah, kids.
Texas boys and Texas kids. So the one texting could be an adult acting like Jack. That's possible, I guess, so to speak. It could be like Caleb, I guess. Maybe B.
What do you mean?
B is saying maybe one of the texting could be
Oh, yeah, you know what? You're right. Or it could be like copy and pasted, like a.
right. And I'm thinking maybe Caleb could be the one that is the texting that's saying, the boys or whatever, because he's older than the rest of them.
And he's definitely the one writing the script and calling the shots, no doubt.
That would make sense, so to speak. Jack is convinced Presgrove died where he was found and wasn't moved from a different location and dumped to cover it up. Why is he so, convinced?
Yeah, he doesn't know, but yeah, he knows what didn't happen. That's suspicious in itself.
Which one is Jack? The purple?
Jack is this one, so I'll be the one in purple.
Dang it.
Why was his body curled up? That means, what do you mean?
Oh, what do you mean? He looked like he was just laying on his side.
When he left the party, did he have any clothes on or just shoes?
He had shoes and just some wrestling shorts. He had just got out of the shower. What?
They said when they found him, he didn't have shorts on.
I know. They were just loose-fitting shorts. But still, I'm not sure. He only had one shoe on too. All I know is whatever happened to him happened on the road. The tooth, his necklace, and I can't see that the caption is blocking the other thing.
You could see where his head hit the road. That's what it says down there.
Oh, you could see where his head hit the road. Now, isn't he the one that said that he put his shorts next to him or some shit like that? Or is that somebody else that said that?
No, that's what Caden said that he seen.
Okay. So
because he said that when he got there originally, Noah had his shorts on. The black shorts on. And then all of a sudden...
black shorts.
Yeah, the ones that he's wearing in that video.
Correct. And so he takes them off and then folds up his and puts his...
Puts Noah's shorts in his truck and then takes his shorts, folds them up, and puts them like 12 feet away from his body next to the tooth in the...
Folded, mind you.
Correct.
The fuck? Jack Newton, Teresa Escobar. Oh, fuck. This is an Escobar family here. Escobar Coughlin. I've done everything I could to help find out what happened to him.
Jack Newton, someone has to know, maybe not you, how he got his head injuries. He had a lot of different injuries all over his body. There has to be accountability.
Teresa Escobar Coughlin. There definitely has to be accountability. I know, obviously, he didn't just pass away, but everyone accusing all these kids is just insane. When they say it's not being investigated as a murder, they just mean they don't think someone just killed him. Whoever hit him or whatever definitely should something.
Whatever happened definitely should get full sentences.
Motherfucker, you need to learn how to speak some damn sentence, write some sentences. Shit, what the fuck? Presgrove left poses with Jack during the party. Don't look like no arguments. So there was an argument with them.
And when he was found, look, none of that writing was on him. All that writing is gone.
Right, but an argument already ensued with these two kids.
Yeah, at this point, two had already ensued.
Two, when he had the writing on him.
Correct, because the writing was written all over him on his buttocks and stuff. That was from Saturday night.
Right. So obviously, this does not look like they were arguing right here.
Right, and on Saturday night was when Noah's wearing like the khaki shorts, the tan shorts, and in this photo he's wearing the black shorts. So this was the night he died. Correct.
Right. So this kid and Jack, whatever his name is, he's wearing pants with a belt. Also notice that Noah's knuckles, remember how they were bleeding before? There's no bleeding right now.
Right, and the other photo is the one closer to 142. So obviously there's already been a fight, even if it was just playing around between here and then.
Right. How come we don't have a timestamp on this photo?
Good question.
Damn it. I want questions, I want answers. Presgrove suffered external injuries to his face and his head that night. The most serious was a chunk of scalp that was torn off his head all the way down to the bone that coincided with the massive internal injuries to his skull and brain that were at their worst at the top and back of the head. The piece of scalp hair was found on the highway feet away. Many of Presgrove's teeth were also broken, and some were knocked out and found on the road. And didn't, what's his name, Caleb, say there was only one tooth?
Correct.
But they're saying, I mean,
teeth
were fucked
correct
up. And not
correct.
only that, but they're saying the scalped part, not the one on the cheek, but the other part was feet away. They don't say
Correct.
as how many feet, but feet away.
Right.
But they don't also say if the scalp and the teeth were around the scalp. Do they?
Just said that there was blood and tissue on it. I guess I'm assuming that was Noah's, but then there was also a chunk of hair that had no blood and no tissue on his right butt cheek.
Right. Hello, Avery. Puff Muffin. What's up, brother? Fast Edward. Puff the kid that Kaylee talked to said he recorded the vids. Pics seem to match the vids.
Oh yeah, that's definitely from the same party. It's just there's different. The party went on for several days, and so there's different outfits. There's different people that were at one stage of the party and not the other, and different vibes and overall and different scenes of some of them were inside the house, some of them were outside underneath the patio, some of them were outside in the near the pasture. So there's just it was all the same party though. It was just a big ass 4-day bender. But all that I know of, Noah was only involved in 2 out of the 4 days.
Correct, because he had went home one of the days.
Saturday, and he didn't want to go back, but Jack texted him and talked him into going back, and Noah said he was only going to come back for a little while and wanted to go back home, but they wouldn't give him a ride back home.
By 7, he wanted to return home. And
correct, but they wouldn't give him a ride back home. Correct.
Jack didn't go pick him up by himself, from what I'm understanding, that there was some girls with him.
Correct, which was Carter and her sister, which was the birthday girl.
Strange how redneck Christmas.
It was fucking Labor Day.
Just weird there was a Christmas tree in September. Must leave it up all year round, right? Avery,
some people are just lazy. And I don't think that was the people. I don't think this is the families anybody lives in it. I think it's just a party house, so it would make sense they probably come on holidays. The last bender they probably had there would be probably Christmas. So because it sounds to me like the family has plenty of property and houses to choose from in that vicinity. I mean they own all of that green, all the pastures and everything for miles both ways in that general vicinity that we're speaking of, where the party house was. That whole road, all them houses on it, there's only 3. All those houses and everything surrounding it is owned by Avery's papa, or grandpa, sorry.
You think it's a party house? It's like an empty house or some shit?
Well, not empty because it's got power and they have stuff in it. I just don't think it's where I don't think anybody lives there full time. I think they just come there to gather for whatever they're gathering for at the time.
Okay. Like,
You know, there's refrigerator, there's coolers and shit everywhere you could keep beer cold, and there's a kitchen, and there's tables where you can sit and play beer pong and maybe have Christmas dinner. But apparently they do more partying than they do, gathering.
could they be like sacrificing people there?
Maybe pigs. That's another thing. Hunting. They were hunting, and that's something that's like
not
right.
Safe. Yeah. And obviously there's a picture of a kid, holding a weapon. So
Right, and so they have a cleaning station out there in the in the outside area in the barn where you can clean it and all that good shit that comes with that. So
and there's other buildings on the property around.
correct. And there's four wheelers, equipment and stuff that you would need for like mowing the grass, tilling the grass, anything you can think of is under there. Which is like where they just keep it, and I'm assuming using it because somebody's got to keep up with the land. I didn't see tons of cattle, so the land's got to be upkept. The grass got to keep mowed, and if the fence if they're to breaking the fence, somebody's got to be out there to do. There's somebody that's keeping up with the land. I don't know if they live on the grounds there or they live somewhere close, but there's definitely everything you need to be a groundkeeper in that said barn.
I agree.
Just from what I can zoom in and see from the pictures.
Bat or the golf club? In the golf club, why would anybody mention a golf club being missing at all if it was used in this thing? This is one of those things where I'm like, why would you give that information up if you knew or didn't know that it might have been used in this situation?
It's just like with Grant saying mentioning the bat, his dad.
I wouldn't have mentioned it. Yeah.
Yeah,
right.
like
Exactly.
like why would you draw attention to it whenever, and then it not be there?
Exactly. Yep. Exactly. It's the same formula. You know what I mean? So this is it. Okay. So Presgrove is believed to have died from massive internal bleeding before his other injuries and had a chance to end his life. All up, he lost at least 3.2 pints of blood from 2 punctured lungs, damage to vital organs, and extensive tissue damage. A man Presgrove's size has about 12.6 pints of blood. He would generally die after losing half of it, though as little as a third can lead to death. That's strange. Skull fractures, left terminal muscle damage. There was one extensive skull fracture running across his head, splitting the middle base of skull into two, and 2 similar small ones, with police investigators describing his head as being caved in. The larger fracture is known as a hinge type for its distinctive shape. Presgrove also suffered damage to a muscle on the side of his head, which is used for chewing. Now, see, this one describes what kind of injury, you know what I mean, or shape or some shit like that would be called. It's called a hinge? What is it? Yeah.
Hinge type fracture, correct.
Yeah. We just need to figure out what the fuck is a hinge type fracture. Can somebody look that up real quick? Brain injuries, brain bleeding, bleeding above the skull, bleeding under the skull, bleeding around the brain. The skull fractures and scalp tearing caused bleeding inside his head, both above and below the skull. The most was at the back of his head in what's known as a subdural hemorrhage below the dural layer under the skull that carries fluid around the cranium, where there was 20 milliliters or 0.68 ounces of blood pooled. There, pooled, like pulled up, not pulled. There was also air in both his cranial cavity and spinal cord, extremely rare conditions only caused by massive head trauma. I wonder what that means. So there was air inside his cranial cavity and spinal cord. What does that mean? Air. Does that mean like it dried up or something? There's air. Hinge fractures occur when the linear fracture passes across the middle cranial fossa, separating the skull base into two halves. Thank you, Puff Muffin. That explains a lot. So that would, I don't know if you heard it earlier. I was like, didn't they say his cranium got cracked in two? And it was the very next passage that I had to read. Oopsie.
So pretty much what it's saying is that these kind of injuries are caused by usually like auto accidents, severe auto accidents or something. It's got to be severe, like blunt force, to the head. So usually to the side or posterior of the head.
To the side or posterior of the head.
And then the other one, the air and the spinal, that says it's a rare, but it's usually something from severe injury to the head. It can be an epidural or intradural, and usually a sign of severe underlying injury, usually benign and self-limiting. But it's, so his head was hit so hard that his skull split in two, and it caused his air to be passed from, into a spinal cord, pretty much, which can only be done by severe head trauma, like not just like hitting your head, like severe head trauma.
Like having it cracked open in two.
Right, and caving it in.
Right.
That's
now.
Okay, here we go. Now I was going to talk about the neck.
Okay, broken neck, bone linkage, skull to the neck broken at C1, displaced from the skull, neck fractures, several vertebrae.
So it was detached.
The head?
Look, right there it says neck bone at C1 and displaced from the skull. So I don't know that it was completely detached skin-wise, but bone-wise it was completely detached, displaced.
C1, C2, C6, C7 vertebrae were fractured to varying degrees, and C1 was displaced with his head being pushed forward from his spine, indicating a seriously broken neck of the same kind that people who are executed by hanging are suffering. Yeah, so I guess I would assume that would be almost indicative of a decapitation without the cutting of the neck and stuff like that.
I wonder if it would happen like that if he was being drugged by his neck. But wouldn't he have more ligatures and shit on his neck?
Yeah, if he was drugged by the neck, yeah, I would think so as well.
Or maybe even if they had him like in a headlock or whatever, and that was part of beating, like what would mimic those kind of, an accident, ATV accident's not going to give those kind of injuries.
Well,
maybe some of them, but not that.
The ATV is a thing that is kind of fucked up because some stores are saying it was just tipped. Others saying it was rolled over. Like, these motherfuckers don't know how to speak. Like, is it flipped? Is it rolled over? Is it tipped? You know what I mean? Like, get the fucking shit straight. But if it was flipped, then how was he walking around just all nonchalant and then gets mad because some chick didn't want to bow down on him, right? So I'm going to just assume that it was tipped over to the side and they flipped it back upon its wheels, like the one statement said. Broken back and ribs.
Unless that's where the cover-up starts and that accident's being majorly downplayed and maybe he didn't recover from it. Maybe he wasn't alive in that bathtub and they had to get their names and signatures off of his ass. and maybe he wasn't completely unalive, but maybe maybe he wasn't as okay as they're trying to make led to believe.
But also there was either one or multiple people with him on the ATV. We know that there was somebody, there was another person or multiples. That story is similar. So there was at least somebody else. But there's no injuries.
But Caden act like he hadn't even heard anything about the ATV accident. Like, so it, if it did, it happened. It wasn't significant enough that it was some, who's to know that Jack didn't get up and find out, figure out that he was going on it, and that's not where shit went south.
Well,
they'd already had two fights prior, and Jack said, "Oh my God, I've already given you so many chances. First my girl, then this, and then now you flip my side by side. Like, I'm fucking you up this time." Allegedly, in my opinion, just hypothetically.
Right. I mean, I guess that could have happened, but
grabs his fucking golf club and goes and hunts him down, and he goes too far.
So again, that would have just been him being mad because he tipped over his side by side. And everybody is saying that there wasn't extensive damage to the side by side.
Right, and who's to say the girls didn't walk up on him after he was already beating them and like, oh my god, and then that's when the freak out happened. Get him to the bath, clean him up, and then boom, boom, boom.
Is that could have been why the two girls were arguing?
They were screaming bloody murder at each other. Correct.
Right.
And supposedly there's a video going around of Noah in the bathtub, and he is not conscious, allegedly.
Ariel Ballardini.
And remember, Kennedy seen it, and she said you could see the gash on his forehead at that time in the bathtub.
Ariel was saying something about the hat, asking the dad for a hat because something happened to his.
Yeah, and I've never heard anything mentioned about Noah's hat either, and I know he was wearing one in all the videos.
Right, he is wearing one, right? Yeah, maybe he was the only one that got thrown out, or wasn't thrown clear, and the ATV landed on him.
Jack said there was a roll cage on it.
Yeah.
Not that matters, but if it happened the way that they're saying it happened, the passenger would have had more damage than than Noah would have.
Right. I'm thinking that the injuries to his head seem like somebody fucking swung a bat
and scalped him. Like what the heck? And his fingers to the bone were gnawed down to the bone. Like I don't know.
I don't think the ATV had anything to do with his murder. I honestly don't.
No, because they were using it to cover it up. Remember, because Jack says that's what they supposedly that's where they found Noah's two phones allegedly. And then Jack said that's what they were in when they were looking for him, and just so happened to be in the exact area where he was found, but didn't see him. But yet his phone was pinging in the field behind where the body was found, which is also Avery and Carter's grandpa's property.
Right. So I'm willing to rule out the ATV as anything to do with his death. Right.
But why is it even being mentioned, if it's that insignificant? It just seems, and everybody has a time. Did it happen at midnight? Did it happen at 3 a.m.? Everybody's got a different story.
Because it has something to do with the fight.
Cover up. I think it's got something to do with the cover up. Or what started it, like you said. Unless Jack got up and was pissed. God, I've had it. That's it. And that was the straw that broke the camel's back, so to say. There's a reason why they're trying to to downplay its significance. I think the accident, like you're saying, is the least of it, but I do think it was the beginning of the end of whatever happened that night. I think it's what started the domino effect of whatever caused Noah to meet his demise, in my opinion.
So, okay, Puff, but here's the thing. So we know this. The highway is not where he died. I mean, yeah, where he died. There was just a small amount of blood found. There was no pool of blood.
Okay, so yeah, that is the shoulder. That is on the other side of the white line. I thought so.
Right.
We've seen it from that angle.
What are you tripping?
Yeah. I thought it was on this side of the white line. Like, no way. But where that circled, that is where the hair was found. The first circle.
The first circle on to the below right,
yeah. And then this circle is where the tooth was. Correct.
Now.
And in between these two lines is where the body was. Correct. Facing not towards the road, facing the other way. Correct.
Facing towards the railroad tracks.
Correct.
And those railroad tracks on the other side is the house.
Yeah, but more this way.
Yeah, more to the left. Yes.
Yes, about a mile that way. Correct.
Down to the
But
left.
all of this property is Avery and Carter's grandfather's property.
Right. So, okay, now that's the right-hand side. So that means the traffic on going, driving that way would be going towards the house.
Correct. Correct.
But these things right here, his tooth and the scalp are.
That's where the hair. Yeah, where the hair. Correct. Correct. Yes.
And then his body is also facing
that way.
The tracks, right?
Yes.
He possibly could have been spun around some shit like this, maybe, I guess. But then there would be some road rash and all blood kinds of shit, you know what I mean? Especially the scalp and all that. And what about more of the typhus? You know what I mean? Like, there's only one circle where a tooth was found, but they said there was fractures of typhus. And
yeah, even right here, it says "and teeth" within the circles.
Right. I don't think right here is definitely not where he died.
No, there's no with those kind of injuries. There's no way there was only that little bit of blood. Because when Noah's brother got there, he said that he was already covered up with the sheet or the tarp or whatever, but that there was blood seeping through it. So that means he wasn't there very long either, because there would have been blood seeping on the road if it was seeping through the tarp, Why is there no blood on the road where he was at, besides that little spot where the tooth was?
Right. So, and remember, they said that the Caleb had picked up a tooth, and then another one says that he had thrown a tooth down.
Pointed it out, yeah, and that he pointed it out, and then the cops circled it after he pointed it out.
Correct.
Right.
So,
that's.
Ariel says maybe some type of boat act. There's no water around there. I'm sorry, Ariel. Nobody was mentioning the boat. The boat was mentioned after he sold the side-by-side.
Yeah, and they were going fishing. I don't know if I guess they were going on his dad's boat, but that was planned the next morning.
Right. This says Presgrove family picture with his sister Madison Rawling, where were confused by aspects of the report, but said they had confidence in the investigators. I don't have no confidence in investigators. Presgrove was a high school football player until his graduation in May. Yes, most of the bleeding was done internal bleeding, yes. Did they circle the teeth in the dad's pocket? Huh? Did they circle the teeth in the dad's pocket? Are you asking, did they circle his dad's pocket? Presgrove's Aunt Robin Smith Center and Grandma Deborah Smith Wright appealed for answers more than 7 months after his death. Well, who's the other person?
Great grandma.
Person now?
Great grandma.
How dare they leave great grandma?
Maybe she didn't want to be named.
Right. Dad said he was on the boat in the morning when Jack called him. There's different accounts.
Yeah, I have 4 different screenshots in the last just 2 months that he's completely changed that story.
Thank you for clarifying that, Puff Muffin. I was very confused on that. They were just being smartasses. No, not first, Edward. That's possible. I mean, if it happened, I mean, but
yeah, who's to say?
It's not the way it happened at all, really. Caleb the Hillbilly Tooth Fairy.
Fuck my life.
That's fucking awesome. A fucking hillbilly tooth fairy. Who fucking grabs teeth from murder scene, whatever, from a dead person's scene? I'm not grabbing no teethus.
Right. I'm not either. I'm not touching nothing.
Right. What do we have here? Colton Newton. Facebooky. View profile. Hey, pal. You stay the fuck out of the millions messages or I'll come find you, bud.
Woo!
Damn. Getting real with the motherfucker.
And the Millens are the nurse, the CNA, Jasmine and Stephanie and her mom, Renee. The one that was, cleaning up all the beer cans
The
and shit.
ones who own the house.
No. That's Avery. Best friend. This is the nurse. That 341. Noah's missing Snapchat.
Right.
Miley.
Now, how
Correct.
come we're talking about that? I mean, she knew he was missing.
Right.
But nobody else knew he was missing.
Right.
They're kind of strange.
Kinda.
Did they happen to pay for some dental work by any chance? Well, if in a sense they didn't really, Noah paid for it.
What's that?
Some dental work by whoever fucking beat the shit out of him.
I'm not sure.
Said Kaylee, who's he? Is that Jack's brother?
No, cousin.
Who's that?
Colton, the one that sent that threatening message to somebody.
Yeah, Colton. Yeah, it's his cousin.
Yeah.
Colton, you're more than welcome to come find me. Dang, Buff Muffin getting gangster.
Yeah, pal. All right. So this is conversation with Jack. We read this earlier from the news.
Me showing up did. I didn't mute you.
The one that shows the you can see what the captions was blocking off or whatever, but
right.
I think we pretty much covered it, but
yeah.
The next one is pretty interesting.
He wasn't beaten up. I loved him more than anyone. We read this one. So
Okay.
Oh, wait. Go back. So according to everyone. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we read that. And I read that. And we read that. I don't think we read that. Let me get my bifocals. Oh, snaps. Carter Combs. Is she related to Puffy Combs? Puff Daddy Combs?
No, that's Avery's little sister, Jack's girlfriend.
Mm.
And she deleted it right after.
She deleted this? Dang.
Yes.
Shall I read? Shall you read? Shall who read? I will try and read this. The 911 call was made at 5:53 or close to that, I believe. So the whole 5:15 is wrong, and phones and calls and texts will prove that like they did. What? I also just want to mention, out of everyone there, Jack has been the only one to take a lie detector willingly and pass it too. And he's been cleared from the investigation. Also, I'd like to mention Jack didn't just walk in and tell us Noah had passed away. He came in running and buried his head into my bed, saying Noah was gone. Stayed for a minute and said, I gotta get back to Noah. I can't leave him alone there. Also, like the phones do show, none of us went back to sleep. Me, Logan, Avery, and Jazz and her parents stayed outside crying, not understanding any of this, just like you, but this is also spreading lies, and I will stand by that in court too. And I pray to God Noah gets justice and all of his family and friends have this has gone on way too long. No, with no something something. With no answers, Noah is the only victim here. Shannon Scott, administrator, top contributor. Carter Combs, her parents were already there. Carter Combs, Shannon Scott. After we heard Noah passed away, Jazz called her family like any kid who just lost their friend would do, and like any parent, they came for her. Huh? What the fuck? So, if I understand this correctly, Jack comes in and buries his head in the pillow and says, "Oh, I can't leave Noah out there alone," and then goes back out there.
That was her response to what Caden said, saying that he was wrong and he had his memory was, he was remembering it wrong because that's not the way that it happened.
Bitch, that makes that motherfucker sound even worse.
Right, exactly. That's why she deleted it right after.
What in the fuck?
Right. So let's go down here. All right. So
that means that was like everybody knew about it.
Right. Okay. Now this is supposedly the one that was on scene before the semi-truck driver that found Noah in the white pickup truck.
The white pickup truck. Tyler Hardy.
Mm-hmm.
Christy Howard. Yes, I was the one who found the body. So yes, I can say 100% that the body that nobody messed with Noah. I was the first person there. The truck driver went and turned around and came back.
Huh.
He can say that nobody messed with the body. Okay.
Can he? Can he?
Well,
how do you know what condition it was in the time period before that? Why is everybody coming to debunk this kid so quick?
Right. Does he say, I thought it was odd that he was butt-ass fucking naked with two...
No, this is him coming to debunk what Caden said about he knows for a fact he was wearing shorts and then he don't know why he was naked when they found him because he was wearing shorts when he was there. He said that, no, he wasn't, and I was there, nobody touched his body. That's a weird fucking thing to defend, my guy. You don't know what happened before you got there. You weren't there.
Tyler Hardy.
Who the fuck are you anyway?
I was the one who found the body. Okay. John Wick. What? John Wick is in this shit? Oh, John Wink. More.
Yeah, who the fuck are you coming co-signing Carl?
Is correct. He is definitely stating facts. Who the fuck are you, dude?
That's what I'm saying.
Hey, Christy. There was no white car. It was a white 2019 F-150 owned by Gulfmark Energy that was there, and a white semi owned by OPA. Well, Christy, let me tell you something.
Yeah. Okay, we already read that. Now, this was Caden's comments on his post. Oh, let me zoom in some.
Por favor. Okay, author. Okay, Caden Pressey, author, top contributor. Leah Mary Carnifex. when I went in to be interrogated or whatever it is called, they said they had no clue of these black shorts. So, like I said, someone took them off and got rid of them before the cops got there. They showed me the picture of Noah and the white shorts beside him, and I instantly knew foul play was involved. But weren't they the tan shorts?
No, those were Jack's shorts that were found on the scene.
Oh.
Folded
So
up or whatever.
we're talking about white shorts.
The Jack shorts were white. Next to him. The ones that are folded. They weren't even Noah's at all. They weren't what he was wearing that weekend. They weren't,
Right.
They were Jack's shorts.
They were clean. You're right.
Right. And not wore and had no no sign of damage, which would
They
be
were wrestling shorts.
That's what Noah was wearing, but those disappeared.
Oh.
They were black. The ones that are in that video with him slapping, and playing around, they kind of look like gym shorts and underwear or whatever. Those are considered wrestling shorts.
Oh, those are wrestling shorts?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Zoom in.
Caden still.
Uh-huh.
I maybe got 10, 15 feet away from him and then turned around to grab a shop blanket out of the back of my car. And when I was heading back, it was when we were told to leave. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
So Caden is in his car?
Yeah, his Jeep Cherokee.
And he went to go get a blanket. And when
by the time he turned around and came back, they were told to leave.
By whom?
Jack.
Why the fuck would
he
Jack?
doesn't say that on here, but that's what he told me.
Who was there with Jack?
I couldn't get him to pin down on that, but the guy in the truck and the semi truck driver and Caleb.
Did he say anything about like he seemed chummy chum?
I didn't
Ask that.
he didn't go he got real nervous about questions particularly pertaining to Jack and Caleb, and I was like, I let him know that I was aware of what they're capable of, who they're associated with, and he just thumbs upped it. So he said without saying. I understood what he was not saying,
Right.
and why he was not saying it.
Right.
Because he doesn't want to be wrong and then have to deal with them if nothing's done about it. Like if the FBI is not going to overtake this corrupt ass little thing they got going on here, and then he's got to deal with the consequences of opening his mouth.
Right. I get it. I understand that.
Yeah.
He's one kid that's coming forward to try to tell the truth.
Right. And I think the timing is real convenient with the FBI being involved. But then again, he says that he said all of this to the investigators when they first called him in. They didn't even take his phone. They didn't want to corroborate his phone pings. They watched 2 of the Snapchat videos, and they didn't even physically want a copy of those. And they never called him in and followed up with him after the first time.
And was he the only one interrogated?
No, supposedly they all were.
Well, where the fuck are their fucking interrogation bullshits?
They're just not talking about it.
Ain't that some shit?
Huh. Remember, because we know they did, because they wiped their phones.
Right. Tim Daniel, whoever Tim Daniel is, Caden Preston. Thank you for clarifying. I'm so sorry you had to see him that way. Did you?
No, read the one before that.
Oh, Tim Daniel. I saw him laying on the side of the road, and yes. And when I got there, he wasn't naked. He wasn't naked, like the cops say he was. If you have seen the videos at the party, the black shorts he was wearing were the same ones he had on when I seen him on the side of the road. So yes, he had black shorts on. Thank you for clarifying this. So sorry you had to see him this way. Did you see him leave the party or hear anything about him leaving the party, and at what time? Or did you not even know he had left? Thank you for being so honest and coming forward. You may be part of helping find justice. Any little detail helps. Puff Mama says, not smart. That's for sure. That's when you know someone has something to hide, when all their focus has to be on what others are saying, always feeling compelled to defend yourself. Word. So, Caden Percy, author. Okay, I would just like to say I can't answer anything about what do you think happened, since it can be used in court. So, if you ask something like that, I ignore you. This is why. Jessica Gray. That sounds familiar. I think she was in Red Dawn. Oh, that's a different Jessica Gray, I think. See what? My name is Slim Shady. My name is Caden. I was the owner of the red Cherokee and the owner of the other gray Hey Dude found on Noah's body. Oh, snaps. I know y'all might have many questions to ask me, and I will do my best to expose all of the people lying about Noah, aka spreading misinformation and saying stuff that isn't true. I haven't been active on social media because I've only been talking to the people who need to know, the police, the family, and detectives. I did not want to come on here due to people twisting what I will say about this. From the start, I've told the God's honest truth and nothing less. Noah is my friend, and I can't let all these people keep on lying about him. I was woken up at 5:15, I'm going to assume a.m., due to Jack bursting through the door of the house, alerting everyone that Noah was dead. I woke up 3 boys and looked for my Hey Dude for about 2 minutes, ending up not finding it, so I went with one shoe and ran to my red Jeep Cherokee and drove a mile down the road to where a white semi and a white service truck was. We were there about 2 to 5 minutes before being where does it say this? Where am I at? Before being told that we needed to leave. Noah was something. Before being told it to leave. Snaps. Noah's wearing black shorts when we showed up. His body was tampered with, and I will stand by this in court and any test. When we got back to the house, everyone went back to sleep like nothing happened. I stayed up the whole time thinking to myself, how and why did this happen? Because at the time we were under the assumption he had got hit by a car. Stop spreading lies and misinformation on this. How would you like it if it was your family member or friend in that situation? I'm sure that you would feel the same as I do. Call me a liar, whatever you want, or whatever you have to say won't change the truth. I know what I saw. I don't know, like, to me, almost that statement, I don't know if I believe that statement. So they all just went back and they all just fell back asleep. Nilly-willy.
Correct.
And he
like nothing happened.
And he restated that? Like,
No, he said he didn't, but everybody else did. Like, and Jack stayed, but Jack stayed at the scene.
Nobody's
now
gonna stay up
these
questioning, like, what the fuck happened? Like,
apparently not. They were drunk.
so, okay, well, he doesn't really state, like, who all went down to go look at this dead body. How did Jack know? How did he know where the dead body was?
Correct.
Remember, Jack just comes in and says he's dead. He doesn't say Jack goes back out.
Right, he followed, and apparently they all go to the scene there because Jack's the one that told him to leave. Remember?
That's what he says, but he doesn't say Jack came in, told everybody Noah's dead, then he left.
Yeah, but look, what did Carter say happened? Comes in, puts his head between his legs, says, "Oh, I can't leave him there alone," then goes back.
And then goes back. So
right. Everybody's got a different account.
And he's the one that fell asleep on the couch.
The chair.
Or chair, because Noah took his...
The one that was on the couch was Mikey. Correct. That's the one who was the phone incident. About, Noah was... the kid thought Noah had his phone and he didn't, and it was under the couch cushion where someone else was sleeping.
Now, see, like, okay, so there's another confrontation with a different person.
And that one was supposedly almost like physical. And that kid was supposedly only like 16.
So, like, is Noah a kid that just snaps on people, or what? Or is he?
Yeah, but you don't see any of the videos him hitting anybody. It's him getting hit.
It's him getting hit. Like he's like the jokester or kicking back.
Right.
Oh, he's trying to get laid for one. So I mean.
Right, but even the kid, he smacks him and takes off running.
Right, and he doesn't chase them or anything. He's like, "Yeah, dude, smack me. You're a little bitch."
Right, exactly. And he keeps telling him to hit me. Go ahead and hit me because you hit me, and then I'm gonna lay your ass the fuck out. And that's why he hit him and ran.
Right. Mega team. Hello once again. We are talking about Caden. Caden is a kid that has come forward.
Fucking Buster.
What do you say? When I passed out, Ruben wrestled with fucking Buster. So Mega, Caden, what's his last name? Presser.
Pressy. Pressy.
So, Caden is a kid that has come forward, I guess, to give his statement to the police, and this is account of what he is saying had happened. Did that kid take one of Noah's shoes to get back at him? Huh?
I don't even know.
Did that?
I think whenever they went to grab to try to make it look one way, I think they just grabbed two of the wrong shoes, and that's probably part of what they were arguing about.
Yeah.
The girls,
you're talking about the phone?
I don't think Jack folded those shorts up either. That sounded like Ruben. You said this, several shows back that was like a feminine touch.
Right.
I agree.
I believe it was. Ariel, are you speaking about the kid that accused him of taking his phone? Is what I'm assuming that you're talking about.
Yeah, that was the 16-year-old.
Yeah.
His name was Mikey.
That could very well be true, yes. So, Dusty Butler. Oh no. What the fuck is wrong with people naming their kids? Sorry, I clicked on...
But this is Stevie.
Oh, Stevie Howard.
This is the mom.
Stevie Howard.
Avery and Carter. Mm-hmm. And the one that's made them inappropriate comments about Noah wanting to bang her.
Yeah,
okay.
What the fuck is that on about?
Okay, so this is her in this group. Yes. Every time somebody says something here, this broad comes and then deletes it.
So Dusty Butler, sorry I clicked on your pic and thought you were the guy with long hair in your profile pic on the left. I didn't scroll your page, was just trying to see if it was a fake account or if I knew you. I didn't know which was which or who was who, and I guess take it up with the law enforcement. They already determined Jack to be telling the truth and asleep. But yes, there are several things wrong with Caden's first-hand recollection of that morning, not just one. Again, I don't think he is doing it intentionally, or I would sure hope not. So this person is saying, I don't know, what is she, like she got on this fool? She attacked him or something?
Oh, just wait.
Oh, you know what, Buster? That might be something. Buster says teen boys drawing on an incoherent drunk teen girl's ass with markers would be charged with sex crimes if it was a teen girl. Correct. Anyways, Steve Howard, top contributor. Katie, why do you keep showing me these names? Dodie Weaver? Yes, ma'am. I said, well, we need to take them some food or something when it first happened. Wanted to talk about helping with the funeral or something. I don't know. Just be there for them. Honestly, just wanted to offer my sincerest condolences. Really liked his sister. My heart hurt for his mom and dad. Not all of them. But I was told by a family friend no, because they thought that my girls had something to do with him dying, and said
That family friend was fucking Caleb.
to do with him dying, and said they didn't want us. Where am I at? Anywhere around. I was like, what? That's crazy. After the kids came in and were crying and said the mom had told everyone if she sees them, she was going to, kill them. I have lost a child, and I chalked it up to grieving and wanted the snaps. Chalked it up. Okay. Chalked it up to grieving and wanted the family to have this without any more heartache. So I made mine stay home. They didn't get to go to his candle lighting, nothing. I shared a post that said justice for Noah initially and was asked to remove it on Messenger. Was told, how dare I, after my girls had beat him to death and let him die like a dog. I removed it out of my respect, but thought, wow, something, mine are some badasses. The caption is in the way. I shared posts, okay, initially, okay, beat him to death. I removed it out of respect, but thought, wow, they must think these girls of mine are some badasses. I never said much for 9 months. 9 months we've heard rumor after rumor, but enough was enough. I am not wrong in defending my kids. Oh shit, bitch. I mean, you should defend your kids. I don't say anything bad about Noah, his family, or friends. Now I may get after a few on here though, but I honestly try to just stay off here most of the time. It's pointless, sad, but it is. What the fuck, man? Buster said, strangest part of all this to me is the silence from friends. Something is way wrong. My friends would be loud and seeking the truth. Fucking hey, Buster. To me, them not saying nothing is making them look guilty as fucking shit. And this is Dusty Butler again. Well, sir.
No, she's responding to him. This is still Stevie.
Oh, this is Stevie responding to Dusty. Well, sir, if I went around commenting on everything on here that was wrong, I'd never be able to sit my phone down. And the time Pressy said Jack came in telling them is wrong wasn't 5:15, more like 6:15. Bitch, oh my goodness. I don't think he was initially.
I asked Caden, and he said he knows unequivocally, undisputably, without a shadow of a doubt, when Jack came in and startled him awake, he looked over at his phone. It said 5:15 a.m. Undisputably, he knows that for a fact. Said he'd take a lie detector test, and he would testify to it in court.
Now, she's saying 6:15, and he had called the whatever at 5:53.
That's when he texted his dad, but he didn't call his dad until 6:05, and that's supposedly when he drove by and found Noah.
Huh. So what did he do? Go back? And then that's when, I don't know.
It's a clusterfuck.
Yeah, I don't think he initially tried to lie. I truly believe this was the time. You truly believe this was the time, or do you know it was the fucking time? Just think he's confused is all. He was awoke with the tragedy, maybe still under the influence on a little to no sleep. Goes for all of them, but I don't see why two random gentlemen who stopped to help would lie about the time. And Pressy has stated girls were in the kitchen crying and had called their parents. I know we all got called after 6 a.m., so Jack didn't know when he texted his dad what had happened to Noah. She said she doesn't know when Jack texted his dad. Is this the truthest?
I don't believe shit this bitch said.
What was that? Which one am I reading?
Both of them. The last one says where he says where he
text dad what had happened to Noah shortly after his life was changed, though. Stevie Hayward to Casey Burton. Was after 6, closer to 6:30. I have a screenshot in the plethora. Every parent I've talked to says same. Even ones not being accused. Huh? Huh? Snaps. Stevie Howard responds to Casey Burton. The men that found him who stopped to help him. Huh? Stevie to Casey Burton. And yes, it was later. I am not sure what time the first parent arrived. I think it was within an hour, maybe a little more of being called or so. Cops were already on scene. I know my kids did not have a parent there until several hours later. Maybe that is where you are getting that. Casey Burton to
You were there.
Howard.
You were there.
What time did your girls call you? This is the bitch that said that Noah was trying to bang her. Right?
Correct. Yes.
She was at the fucking party.
Correct.
Why is she making it seem like she wasn't at the party? So Stevie's responding to Casey. Yes, ma'am. Jack said, I can't leave him there alone, as in leaving him with strangers he did not know. I think initially from the get-go he started to blame himself. And please do not come back with, oh, so he has a guilty conscience. That poor kid has taken it harder than any I've seen. And I think in wishing so much he could change it, that naturally he processes it if I had done this or that. He's 18. The fuck? This make no sense. And Carter was responding to Pressy's statement that everyone had just come back to sleep after Jack came in and told them. She was saying that after they were told, they most certainly did not go back to sleep, and phone records would show. I mean, I could buy that for $1. You know what I mean? Phone records would show that. They all called us parents. Mine called me crying so hard I could not understand them. They remained awake even as parents started to arrive, and was explaining that the parents outside was later after people started to arrive. She posted that, and he came back on and said, I did not mean the girls. They were in the kitchen crying, and I think he called his parents, and even his mom came on and said, I don't think the girls knew what was going on. And, you got people that don't know how to tell a story or a situation are whack. Anyways, where am I at? And even his mom came on and said the girls knew that was going on, were upset or something to that extent. Both very nice to her. So after they cleared that up, she removed that comment. Things are often misconstrued in text. I don't think she wanted them to think she was arguing with them. I don't think they were saying she was lying. What in the shit? And she realized that after their comments, sometimes these people work things out between them, and others are the ones who blow things out of proportion or seem to have the problems not saying you. So now Stevie Hayward's going after Casey Burton. And yes, it was later. I am not sure what time the first parent arrived. I think it was within an hour, maybe a little more. Called cops were already on scene. I already read that. Yes, Buffety Muffety. This chick is trying to spin something. She's trying to spin the bottle. She's Stifler's mom in that movie American Pie. So Stevie Howard goes after Paul Poucher. That's what time the investigators had told us they thought he had passed away. It was an estimate at the time because it was the first set of questioning they asked us to come in for. They then said they thought around 4 or 5, but again was before autopsy. Jack was just relaying what was told to him. Huh? We don't have like nobody that fucking has like any kind of clear-cut narrative that can just agree with somebody else's. Robin Smith.
Now this was huge. This is his aunt.
Okay, this is the aunt. Okay. So Robin Smith, administrative top contributor. First official on the scene was a Terrell volunteer firefighter.
Avery's grandfather, the fucking property owner. Keep going.
Oh, shit.
Keep going.
AC's grandfather, Bub
Wilcoxon.
Wilcoxon. I don't know why these names, but anyways, to be specific, another VFF on scene is related to JM.
Jasmine.
Jasmine.
Who else do we know that's got associations with the fire department? Maybe you know the chief of the fire department? Say, oh shiznit.
Caleb.
Yes.
So he's a volunteer firefighter.
Apparently.
Terrell would be his name. No, it says volunteer.
Oh, that's the name of the town.
Oh, okay. My bad. I'm stupid.
His name is Bub.
Bub. Let me write that down. Bub. Fucking what his name? Bub. Wilcoxon. And another AFF song on the scene related to JM, which is Jasmine what? Milan?
Milan or Millen?
Yeah, Jasmine Milan. And Caleb is the chief of the fire thing.
No, his brother-in-law is the chief and also the running for sheriff.
And so Bub is the property owner of all that fucking property of where the party took place.
And he's also the Avery and Carter's grandpa.
Oh my god.
That's Jody's dad. No, this is Stevie's dad. I'm sorry.
I need to step out and use the restroom.
Yeah, go ahead and say, what the fuck? I hear you. So this is a post from Colton, which is Jack's cousin. He posted this on October 27th, so like a month after, a little over a month. Everyone accusing Noah's closest friends is bewildering to me. If you knew and loved Noah, you would know him and Jack were closer than any friendship most of us have ever seen. If you truly wanted justice for Noah, you would stop getting in the way of the investigation with your blasphemy. Blasphemy! Do you know what the fuck that even means? Kid? Blasphemy is the act or offense of speaking sacrilegiously about God or sacred things. Profane talk. He was detained on charges of blasphemy. What the fuck are you saying that fucking Jack is God? What the fuck? Why would you even say? Did you Google that? But did you just trying to use big words you don't know what they mean? Are you fucking for real? Are you fucking for real? Cheese and rice. Anyways, I digress. Then he shared a post by Logan Jernigan, who said, everybody keeps saying speak up. The truth is that we have. Since day one, we have spoken voluntarily to authorities. None of us deleted anything from our phones. Why? Those were also given up voluntarily weeks and weeks ago. The Lord says, do not be quick to anger. It is hard to see so many people blame Noah's close friends who would never, ever do anything to hurt him or what happened, or even think they would cover up anything that happened. I have so heard So many outrageous rumors. Noah does deserve justice. His family of all people deserve to know what happened to that sweet boy. Y'all tell us to speak up, but when we do, y'all don't want to listen. You just want to believe the rumors that have been spreading. I do not wish this pain on anyone. I wish I could go back and make it to where. Okay. Woohoo.
Do you have Kayla? Is Kayla on? Or I'm sorry, Kyla.
Huh?
Kyla.
Come again? What about her?
She's in the chat. She's in the chat. She said, I thought she said she was on. Kyla said, I sent you a message on Facebook to open. It's mind blowing. And then the next one says, hello, B. I'm on, but I'm not sure anyone can hear
She's
me.
not. She's not
You
in the
might have
backstage.
me.
Tell her to click it and come up, or click it again. Cause. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, you got to
She?
click the linkage that's
There we
on the
go. I
top.
just reloaded back in. Now it's gonna work. Wow. So good.
How you doing, Kyla?
So y'all,
You know, we just going
you're
over
about to
this
flip about what you're
fucking
about to open up.
shitstorm of words.
It's red flags, the biggest red flag I have seen yet. A permit to tear down all the buildings on the property and turn it into a mining ground.
Oh shit!
Yeah, it was signed on May 13th and approved. Open it up and look at it. I ain't shitting you.
What the fuck?
All you're gonna see is relative names on there though, because none of it's in their actual name.
Of course.
Yeah, it's not gonna say, Avery or Stevie or none of that. It's other family. You might even recognize some of the names.
Oh, I've been all up in their ancestry.
That's what I'm saying. That's what's like you'll probably recognize some of the names. I haven't went that deep, but like I seen that posted today. It's public record too. Can't be in trouble for it. And it shows the marking of the land. Like
Fast
that's
Eddie says hello, kissing cousin.
Oh fuck.
Fast Eddie says
Eddie
hello.
just been on one. I think he just wants to see it.
Inspirational says, I love your work. Blessings, beautiful. Thank you. I mean, Katie, thanks you. I go by B.
Oh, beautiful Ruben.
Ariel says, bewildering and blasphemy. Someone made it up to the B section of the dictionary.
Yeah, did you hear that? What I said?
Yeah, they said it was blasphemy. Blasphemy is.
I had to look it up. I'm like, wait, that doesn't fit right there.
Oh,
what the fuck?
If you look, I think it's the second or third page, like the little it'll say section, there's section 4 and 5 somewhere down there, right? Yeah, right there. The section 4 and 5 is what they applied for specifically. So you got to keep that in mind when you're reading it.
Anytime. Section 4 and 5, section 1. Boop. Permit application.
Yeah, for mining grounds, whatever.
Did you know that the grandfather of one of the people on scene?
I was trying to tell you that. He's chief.
And owns all that property?
Not no more. Apparently he fucking sold it.
Why? Well,
no, not. They're just moving. I think they're honestly just moving it around in different names, if you know what I mean, since everything's happened. That's why I'm saying these names that's going to be on here ain't them.
Oh, here he is right here. That's Bub right there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Bub?
I forgot about that.
Oh, his real name is Bub.
Yeah, well, no, his real name is Johnny Wilcoxon Jr., but that's Bub.
I've always known him as Bub. That's why I just didn't think of it immediately.
And this is Stevie's dad, or is this Jody's dad? This is Stevie's dad, right?
pretty positive it's Stevie's because
Correct. Because Jody's
Cones-
dad's still alive, right?
Yeah.
Right. In Texas. Right.
Yeah. They're at an
Mhm.
Oconah, so I'm pretty positive this is her dad.
Stevie, gotcha.
Because you got to
Okay.
think that bitch could have like 500 different last names for all we know. You never know.
Yeah.
How to marry.
She's been married.
Exactly.
Oh, and hey,
yeah, and she's
I
about to be
found
married in the
something-
fall.
I found something on court dockets where a paternity test was ordered between Avery and her own dad, and I was like, "What the fuck?" Yeah, that's what I
you
said.
not that baby daddy?
Yeah, I was wondering. I'm like, did she
it
really have
Caleb?
to go and do this? Like, what? I wonder if it was a child support thing or something, though. If you think about it.
What if it's Caleb's the father?
Oh God,
no,
don't. That would be weird. Then that would be. Oh my God. Then they'd be
Mhm.
related. Stop it.
No.
I'm
Her
just
dad.
saying.
Dumas.
Seems like Avery is, I don't know.
No, that's why she takes the Combs
Inbred?
last name, because her legal last name isn't Combs as the moment, unless she's changed it by now. I can't say for certain because it was Howard as well when the parents
God
divorced.
damn.
It was originally Howard, but I don't know if she went and got it legally changed after the paternity test or if she just does that because of Facebook. I don't know. But I would assume she wouldn't claim the last name for nothing. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's what I'm getting at. I was like, I'm pretty sure it's her father.
She wants
So
to
weird. Weird
Yeah.
that I came across a paternity test. I was like, what?
Right.
Hmm.
Maybe it was no.
And it shows an outline of the property. I sent you that in a separate screenshot just so you know, because it's like 100 pages down on that stuff.
What are they mining for? Do you know? Does it say?
It's all in like kind of like code talking about sections. So I don't understand it 100%, but I do know, like, because if you look,
Coal or non-coal. I don't know what the fuck it is.
non-coal mining / reclamation permit application package.
What the fuck are they mining for?
Look,
It's got to be oil rigs,
if
right?
you look right here, it said section 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, and if you scroll down a little bit, on the table of contents is the sections, like by name to explain.
Yeah, but what are they mining though? Like what's in the ground?
Oil? I think they're using it as an excuse because they have to demolish the houses to do it.
Okay. Oh. No shit. Okay.
Including party house that's on it. Like, and that house
Hmm.
ain't even 10 years old.
Okay.
So
it shows the
non-coal-
property outline, and it's specifically that property. You can't tell me it's not. Like,
Non-coal surface mining operation in the state of Oklahoma within 5 years. What?
Is the industrial minerals of non-fuel minerals mining is the extraction of any mined commodity that is not coal or peat. Some examples of non-coal minerals include alumina, antimony,
and you know they got money. They don't need to be mining.
sulfate, asbestos, barytes, bauxite, bitumen, bricks, color and chalk. So that is a thing, non-coal. Yeah, if they were going to do some mining, then that would mean that there would be some jobs, I would imagine. So I think you're right, Kyla. They're probably just stating the shit just to state it.
Yeah, because see, the permitted area is the property, and you see the mining direction. That's literally like basically the placement of said parcels. Yeah, because it says permit area right there. Yeah, that's all the land, warehouses and all is. When if you look in the square above, it says permit area, and then mining direction right above it, right there. Yeah, see that.
So that's the house.
And it's supposed to like connect all the way down into the Red River and all that, whatever.
Isn't that where you were cruising your thing at?
Yeah, that's where I was riding my 4-wheeler. I go on the other side though. I don't go down that side. I go down the opposite side. I go down the like Texas end.
Is there a difference?
Well, there's a Texas-Oklahoma border like through the river. You see it?
Oh.
right there on the lines. It shows like all those other
Oh
lines. Says
yeah.
Oklahoma, Texas. Yeah.
Right.
I
Right.
cross the bridge on the highway on the four wheeler and go down the Texas side. I ride the four wheeler plumb down the highway. Hey, it goes 55 miles per hour. It's good enough.
There you go. Go on speed limit.
U.S. Army Corps of Engineers.
Oh,
What
then
the
they
fuck?
definitely doing something. There ain't no bullshit.
Above ground storage tank, Oklahoma Water Resources, water use permit, food planes permit. What? Puff Muffin, help me.
Are they
Help.
fracking? Could they be fracking?
That's what
A special permit to operate with certain municipalities or counties may be required. It is the responsibility of each applicant to contact the appropriate city or county officials to determine if the mining operation falls within their respective jurisdiction. What the fuck?
No, it'll be any building period on the property will have to be torn down for it, basically, from my understanding, from what I've looked up and researched anyway.
Here's the regulatory agencies.
Hey, handsome, you sound like you're sick.
Who?
I don't know who's handsome.
Well, I am sick, but I'm not handsome. I guess that would be you.
I'm gonna say females are technically called beautiful, and he's the only dude up in here. So.
Fucking coffee creamer, man. It's all fucking about the knockout.
It's probably because I've been reading for like a week
I
straight.
haven't went out that way.
Oh, fuck off.
I haven't had to take no trips to the dollar store or nothing, so I haven't been out that direction.
Okay, here's Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality Notice of Intent.
They're about
Stormwater
to
discharge.
They're about
Puff said that?
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Can you dumb that down into like terms that I understand, please? Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You want to do that, Puff?
Wait, what, me?
No, Puff.
No,
he used to work on well, actually he's just like really smart, but he used to work on the oil field and like
the Puff
he knows how to
comment.
Yeah.
They generally have storage tanks or water or oil even.
Yeah, because they have to pump the water. That's what fracking is they have
that's what it was. That's what he said.
What the fuck is this?
It's a side, like it's a turned around, like side.
The same thing as that other one? Okay.
Yeah, it's the same, but it's for some reason instead
it shows
of
the water
sideways,
flow.
it's vertical.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's vertical.
Okay,
instead
mining
of
reclamation plan, non-coal operators reclamation plan, April 12th of 2024.
Yeah, and it was signed on May 13th. You'll see that further down. Right,
limited fill, limited level, limited grade. Refer to section 4 and 5 of the application.
You make a good point there, Kyla. She said right when the FBI gets involved. And
yeah, right when basically right as the FBI is getting involved, because it was signed on May 13th, like coincidental.
Right. What if?
And you realize a lot of this
the 13th. That was the day the fucking autopsy was released.
Yes.
Yeah, and then it's also like, a lot of these signatures on here, like for approving it,
they're
are
blank.
A lot of county people type of thing,
Right, or they're just blank.
Yeah.
County people is in your county, in that county?
Yeah, like signing off on it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
In the relation.
Because this is an application in Jefferson County specifically.
Right.
So, I mean, I don't know who they would be related to necessarily, like law enforcement wise, if they even are, but something fishy's going on. No matter what.
Returning the site to the way it would have been naturally. Huh.
Oh, real fucking convenient.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? FBI needs to seize that shit immediately.
What's to say like there's no other bodies or remains?
Identify structures that are proposed to remain as part of the final reclamation. All building structures and equipment will be removed unless other arrangements are made with the landowner if different from the permittee.
Yes, the FBI can they can stop it. They can seize that property before this can take place if they do it in time anyway. It's a matter of the FBI getting their ass in time.
Kyla, do you know if like other stuff has happened on this property before? Like,
I don't
or anything like that?
I've never like really knew much about the place until all this happened.
Okay.
Honestly, like I've always, passed through there, driving out, further into Oklahoma, whatever. But I never knew who lived out there until this came around. And then I was like, oh my God, I've heard of these people before. I don't know them personally, but I've heard of them. And I'm like, everything I've heard has never been good.
Durham. Now, you've seen that movie Jeepers Creepers, right?
No.
No?
Jeepers Creepers, where'd you get those peepers?
There's no cornfields in Oklahoma, is there?
I don't think so.
Oh, thank goodness.
Not that I know.
Safe.
I just am fucking blind. I don't think so.
Oh, no, you'd be able to spot a cornfield, all right.
Well, I don't pay attention much or drive. I don't drive that far out into the country or nothing of the sort. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like usually if I go anywhere, I'm going out of town. Like I don't, just cruise around necessarily. You know what I mean?
Are there any little kids named Malachi?
Fucking children of the corn. Fucking idiot.
Oh, wow. Might be the owner. No.
Have you ever seen Children of the Corn? Kyla?
Huh?
Have you ever seen Children of the Corn?
No, but
Oh, no.
I thought it was funny because I was like, I knew it came from a reference as soon as you said that.
Right.
On it, reference to something.
To me, it's one of the freakiest. I don't know. When you have like horror movies like that, and when you use children and shit, to me, they're freaky. And then when you add cornfields, it's even freakier.
Nah.
It scares me. Catfish said, come on down my way. We have plenty of cornfields. Negative.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Candy Rapper, how you doing? I haven't seen you in a while. But it's good to see you, if I haven't seen you.
I feel like this whole case is going to turn into a movie if it actually gets cracked.
No shit, right?
It's because it's so throwed off. I mean, like, you know what I mean? It wouldn't shock me if someone did make a damn movie out of it. You know, like.
Well, hopefully you get a part in it. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully you get a good part in it. That helps solve it or something.
I'm just hoping they solve it, especially just mainly for the family. I mean, they need some peace, because they're just sitting there racking their brains like, what the hell went wrong, And I feel,
Nobody knows nothing.
I would hate that feeling, so I feel so bad for them.
Right. Now, we read that, like, basically almost like the community is like in half. There's the ones that are for the kids or whatever, and then I guess the ones that are saying that the kids are lying or some shit.
No, I mean, I don't like pointing out fingers just because I don't personally know these people, like, as friend wise or nothing. Like, I never sat and actually talked. But they are making it look suspicious. I can say that. I mean,
right?
Like,
because each person.
Sorry if y'all are innocent, but but you're not looking innocent.
Right. Each kid has a different account of something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's what makes it look bad, and that's why I'm like, somebody somewhere is actually guilty. There has to be. There was
Go ahead.
I was gonna say there was a video on the Daily Mail or whatever, and they said that another medical examiner overlooked the autopsy and said more than one person definitely did it. Like they're positive more than one person did that to him, the way of the extensive injuries, And
where was this? Where did you see that at?
It was the Daily Mail or whatever.
Daily Mail?
Yeah.
I think that's what we've been reading from.
Let me see if I can find it real quick.
And this is an online news source from Wyoming. I mean,
yeah, like a verified news source thing. Let me see if I can find the video. They post like 1 million things a day, so.
Inspirational Kaylee, Candy Rapper brought me your way. Thank you, Candy Rapper. We appreciate that, and thank you, Inspirational, for being here, supporting Kaylee and her deep dives. And Kyla, our special guest who lives in this area. Kyla is also a fake name because to protect her anonymity.
Man. I think everybody kind of already knows from the freaking comments.
I know.
I really don't even care anymore. Like, if y'all want to come take me out, you'd be doing me a favor. Hell.
Oh no, you're like a cool chick. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm just saying,
you want to be 4-wheeling and shit, and you didn't drop not one spit of that beer. You know what I'm saying? So that was cool.
Man, I wish they didn't post so much a day, but it is Daily Mail, so it's like, what do you expect? It's like, I'm on a scrolling adventure. Oh, I think I just found it. Hold on.
Inspirational said, my name is so unique to the point I just can't use it. That's fine. Inspirational is...
Oh, found it. I'm sending it to you now. There we go.
From the, you remember Candy Rapper? Candy Rapper's in the chat. And so is a newcomer, Inspirational. Snaps. Is there a lot of mining in that area?
Honestly, I couldn't tell you. I don't pay attention to none of that shit. I ain't gonna lie. Like, I really don't. I wouldn't be surprised just because, you know, the Red River being right there. I mean, it wouldn't shock. I'm sure it happens. I mean, you know, but.
Well, if they got the Army of Engineers, I think that's like, if Puff Puffin could correct me or not, if the Army of Engineers is on this, then that's like a government thing, right? Because they're the ones that fucked up the oil pipeline. I believe it was North Dakota on some of my family's reservation. It's most likely he leased the property.
Well, it says on the thing that, well, maybe, I mean, because it does say leased on a certain page where it's signed off by somebody. I forgot the damn name on it, but it does, and it doesn't say owned. It does say leased. But either way, they have to tear down
all the buildings.
Yeah, that's what's the thing. The kicker for me is tearing down the buildings, or you know what I mean, like.
And it was just done, right? This wasn't something that was pre-planned, like, you know, months and months ahead of what had happened.
Not years anyway. Like, it'd be different. But right. I mean, I don't know. It could. I mean, I'm not saying for certain they're tearing down the houses, but from my understanding, from what I've looked into, is what it seems like they have to, like, because what I read, it seems like they have to make it possible to be on that property. I don't know.
So Puff Muffin says, yes, Army Corps of Engineers, they deal with water and reservoirs. And that's what Red River is, right?
Yeah.
Essentially, it would be like a reservoir. Is that correct? Something like that.
What the fuck?
What?
Apparently, 2 truckers happened upon Noah's lifeless body on the side of the road. One of those truckers apparently said another vehicle came by and a kid popped out of the passenger side, ran over to the body like it wasn't clearly visible that there would have been a body there, being it was being shielded by the 2 trucks, but the kid seemed to know where to go, scooped up the shorts and replaced them with another pair, and then got back into the vehicle and left. Ellie is supposed to have been aware of these very important details, but it turns out that's not the case whatsoever. And it's still not clear why these details have fallen off the chronology of events. And if Ellie is reading this post, the trucker's still waiting for you to give them a call.
What the fuck?
Then it says, when Jack came bursting in crying and saying Noah was dead, Brylan was asleep on the floor, Mikey on the other couch, and Isaac was still asleep in the recliner. So Brylan had gotten up at some point because Mikey was in the spot he fell asleep in when Caden saw Brylan last. Brylan often drives Jack around in Jack's truck.
Brylan was driving around in Jack's truck?
Often drives Jack around in Jack's truck, yeah.
Oh, so that would be indicative of him being in the passenger seat, possibly.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Wow.
That was posted 9 minutes ago, anonymously.
Wow.
Huh.
We sell our property to the state for conservation rights and then lease it back for grazing land.
What the fuck?
Who asked you? I'm just kidding.
Who said that, Chris?
Somebody named Fumbler?
Oh, yeah, something like that. Yeah. What the hell?
That's fucking odd.
What?
The Brian kid would drive Jack around in his truck.
Oh.
And then the statement says somebody pulled up, a kid jumps out of the passenger seat, replaces the shorts, whatever. And we know that to be, or we assume that to be Jack, allegedly. That would be indicative of, yes, that was fucking Jack.
I gotta confront this comment real quick. Ariel, there was no mud. It was so dry. I mean, bone dry out here. The ponds were they were empty even. It was so dry out here. It was so dry. The Red River was barely even a river at that point. It was almost all just sandbar. So it's like there's no way that he was muddy, period. Like it was too dry. There was a bunch of wildfires and everything happening out here that year. So
I think she's thinking,
like,
are there any mines on the property? Like maybe they might have been fucking around in the mines, if there was mines on the property.
I really doubt that.
I can't see
because there would have been more than one person hurt if they, you know what I mean?
Right.
I doubt he would have just jumped down there alone if there was one. You know what I'm saying? Like, because
how would they have got him out?
And that's another thing. It's like
Unless they tied a rope to his neck. Damn.
No, there would have been.
They could have just left him down there, you know.
That's the thing is like, fucking it's like, there would have if they would have tied him up and brought him out or something. In that theory, like it would have had a rope around, like there would have been markings.
Did you see the autopsy, something like that, where it shows the head was separated from the spine, but obviously not decapitated, because decapitated would mean that it would be separated from the body, but the head was separated from the spine. Which said that's indicative of somebody being hung. When somebody gets hung and then they drop and it snaps their neck, the head pops off of the spine.
I can't even begin to fathom like the possibilities of shit that could have happened, because that was bad injuries. And that shit messed up.
Cracking the kid's skull in two. I mean,
like, even if it was, like I said, I don't think it was an accident, but even if it was,
no, I don't think
I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't just sit there and stay silent about it. There's no way I could live with myself. You know what I mean?
Right. I don't
Like,
think it was
how do people
ATV.
sleep at night? Is my question.
Yeah,
I
I
know
don't think it
the
was
family isn't because
ATV,
they're searching for answers,
right?
and it's sad they've had to wait this long. They can sit there and find, like, there was a drive-by shooting type of thing, and like they'll find whoever did it within less than a week.
You guys have drive-by shootings out in Oklahoma?
Like in Lawton, like further up in the cities, like central
Right.
Oklahoma area
I
type of
would
thing.
just like to apologize firsthand. We started that in California. I'm just messing around. Yeah, gangland down here. Yeah. Do you think like the ATV had anything to do with the injuries that he sustained?
If what they're saying is, because they're saying it was only tipped, it wasn't flipped,
Correct.
and if there was 5 people in it, like there's been stories claiming to be 5, some say 4, some say 5, some say 3, but either way, someone else would have been hurt too. You know what I mean?
Right. And if it was tipped, it was on the passenger side, and the passenger would have been
Well, did
probably.
y'all ever see that screenshot of Jack private messaging someone and said Noah died at 4 a.m.?
No, we did not see this.
Oh, I gotta go hunt for it. Damn it!
Thank you
It's
very
in one
much.
of the groups.
Now, are these all different people? Have different groups, or is it like 2
There's
groups?
3 different groups right now.
Oh, the 3.
Yeah, someone else made a new one. It's Noah Presgrove, case discussion group or whatever. Let me see if I can.
So who's like do we know like the 3 groups? Well, let's call them gangs. No, I'm just kidding.
Hell, might as well. It looks like a gang fight in the comments all the damn time. And it's sad.
Right.
Oh yeah, and by the way, when that article was
Yeah.
shared about the property thing, Stevie
Mhm.
laugh reacted to it. If you didn't notice that, yeah, it's.
No, what did she say? Probably something stupid.
I haven't even went through all the comments of it yet, but I know that she laugh reacted to it as soon as it was posted, and it was like, "Oh my god!" Like, why you laugh
Like if
reacting
it's
to
a
it?
lie. Like if it's a lie or
Well,
something like
no,
that.
more like I'm thinking more along the lines of just being petty. But why do that on a group that's trying to get shit done? Not
Trying to
yeah,
figure
like
some
just
stuff
trying
out,
to
like with
play
facts
detective
like
on
that.
there, and try to put shit together because if they would have never done this, I
Yeah.
doubt the FBI would have ever picked it up and it would have went cold. If I'm being honest, around here. I'm serious.
Right?
I'm pretty positive it probably ended up being a cold case if it didn't blow.
I agree with you on that. If it wasn't people like you and people in that town that didn't give a fuck, speaking up against
I
the
don't even, like I
shenanigans
said,
that's
I don't even
going
know these
on,
people
it would have.
personally, but it saddens me still to know, he's only 19. Like, come on, dude. Just graduated. He had a whole life ahead of him. He had plans to go into the army. I
Oh,
mean,
absolutely.
I just sent you the screenshot, by the
Yeah.
way, of someone else that was messaging him. Tell me why he's saying no, it was already dead at 4.
Right. How's your cousin Kennedy?
She's good, I guess. I sent her the link, but she hasn't been on. I wanted her to see that she's
Did
not,
y'all?
I don't think she even, she still hasn't even opened up my link yet about it, but she's gonna be like, what the
Right.
because I sent her the link too. I was like, check this shit out, man.
She's like, oh dang, my married cousin or cousin through marriage is involved in some shenanigans.
Fuck. It's just, it's all weird. You know what I mean? Especially this right here on screen. Like, please tell me that ain't suspicious. Please tell me that ain't a different story.
Let me get my body.
Like, how do you know he passed away at 4 if he went to bed before 1?
This is Jack Newton, active 14 months ago, beat up by 5 dudes. What? Man, I seen him on scene. I found him. He wasn't beat him on his. He wasn't beat him on his.
Need to go spelling school.
Yeah, what the shit, man?
Need grammar. Need some grammar in your life.
And the cops ruled out him being. But Justin, you know, I'd really tell the cops if I knew anything. I went to sleep earlier because I was going fishing with my dada. Jack, I know what a beat up face looks like, and the back of his head was smashed. And what time is earlier, bro? How early? I went to bed a little before 1. He passed away around 4. Walked away from the house around 3:30, according to everyone there. But I seen him something. The thing is blocking. He was beat up. I seen him something. He wasn't beat up.
Because he was one of the pallbearers at the funeral. But there's other people that was at the funeral and said he looks, you know, everything was bruised up, swollen, like his face was swollen. Like they said he didn't look like himself at all.
This was Shannon Ward. What is it? Shannon.
It's someone else had anonymously, like, I guess, like, posted it off, like, because it's a screenshot on top of a screenshot.
Is it Shady Shannon? Could that be Shady Shannon?
No, because he says Justin.
Oh. Dang it.
Is that dude that's always in like every comment on every post on there in that group is Justin something.
I want to know who Shady Shannon is because he was the one, Noah's the one that was trying to get up on her, and she was like Charlie by Marty. And I'm assuming that was what the
argument. Did y'all ever see this comment? It was made by Stevie on one of the groups. I had screenshot, like, because someone else had screenshotted it, and then I went ahead and saved it before it could get deleted, before it had the chance even.
It seems like they do that an awful lot, huh?
That or admins possibly could be just because, you know, of how they're talking.
Oh, okay.
You know, because they do get pretty nasty in them comments. And that's sad, you know what I mean? It's like,
right.
You know, if you're innocent, then why are you so defensive? Just like, calm down.
Well, you know what I mean? When people do that, it just makes them look more guilty.
Yeah.
If you have to constantly, you know, defend whatever narrative is put out there, it makes you look more guilty than if you would just be like, ignore the shit, especially when you know you didn't do nothing wrong. That's right. I want to know all the shady mofos. Shit. Those are my peeps.
Yeah, that comment right there is just god awful. Why would you comment that on?
Oh, and trust me, if some of us horrible parents had been involved,
what the fuck?
There wouldn't be a body in question. You'd have never found anyone on the receiving end. And
what the fuck?
And yes, he most certainly deserved better. Who said that?
Stevie. She had made one of those group. Yeah. Someone like corrupted because it was like a fucking like 20 paragraph long comment, and someone like clipped that specifically out of the comment of hers, you know. And I had seen the full entire comment myself anyway, so I know for sure this is what she said.
What does the rest of the comment say? Like, fucking, did she describe how they was going to get rid of the body and all that?
It was just another.
She said something about a fucking golf club.
Where? Like, don't just say it and not show us, please. Thank you.
I'm like, wait, what?
Okay, hold on.
This is show and tell. Come on now.
Shut your mouth.
Yeah, the screen's sad right now. I can't bear to look at Grandma like that. That's sad.
Yeah.
That is so sad. It breaks my heart for that family, and I don't even know who the hell they are. You know what I mean? Like, but my heart breaks for them. I wouldn't
It's
ever want. Yeah,
crazy.
I wouldn't wish that kind of stuff upon my worst enemy. You know what I mean?
Right. And then it's the friends. The friends is the ones is the trippiest fucking thing out of this shit. It's like,
Yeah,
you
and it's like
motherfuckers that
strangers, complete strangers like me is over here like, this needs
right.
to be solved. Like,
It
why?
seems
Why
like
are you
you're concerned more than
everything?
the actual supposedly be bestest friends and shit like this. They're what they call the core group friends or whatever the fuck they call themselves. The core group.
It's all just wild as hell, man. I mean, there's no telling what even like at this point happened because of all, there's so many theories. Like we're just gonna have to wait until they come out with it basically to actually truly know. I guess anyway, if nothing ends up corrupting the process, but
correct.
Because you got to think about that too. Like,
Well, that
people
mom acted like she wasn't even at the
Yeah.
party. She's making statements like she wasn't even at the party and stuff.
And then turning around and saying all these times, and I'm like, well, how do you know for sure if you weren't there?
Right. How are you gonna try to debunk somebody else's time of events that was at the party if you weren't at the party?
And that's another thing. Like, even if your kids told you those times, you weren't there. How do you know they ain't lying to you?
Right.
That's another thing. Like, how do you know they ain't? I know, everybody trusts their kids, blah, 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 whatever, right? But there comes a line to where you got to question things, especially when something like this happens. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, yeah,
that was the party host. I mean, like if that was my kid, I'd be grilling her and being like, if you know anything, get your ass up there. Like if that was my kid.
Yo.
Like, no way. You know what I mean? Like I wouldn't disown my kid, but they'd be turning themselves in or telling what they know at least.
Yeah, because like we've been saying, the first one that fucking comes forward is the one that's gonna get the better of the deal,
Well, that's not even just that. It's just like, it's not about the deal to me anyway. Like if it was my kid, it's just the fact of, don't let this family sit there and hurt like that.
Right. Jack made a statement that said it was 5 dudes that beat him up.
Where?
Or something like that. Wasn't that was it Jack that made that statement?
What, in that screenshot?
Yeah.
No, that was someone else. That was whoever the hell was messaging them or whatever.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But it's odd to say that whatever Jack's friend's name was that drives him around, usually drives him around in his black truck, and then somebody suspiciously, some passenger truck, goes to grab some shorts or put some shorts down or some shit, goes back, jumps in the passenger side truck, and they take off.
Gee, oh my. This stuff is all over the place. It's just awful.
Right.
My God. I just, whoever the hell was involved or even just knows anything, I don't know how they sleep at night. I hope they don't sleep at night.
Especially homegirl, that the nurse chick that supposed, she was like the girl best friend.
Well, if she was already a CNA already, like what people said she's already CNA. That's 2 years of schooling alone right there.
Right.
And, if something was wrong with them, she would know what to do type of thing. And it's like, I'm not saying she did anything. They could have scared her into not doing that. You know what I mean?
That's correct. Yeah, that's true.
Especially if it was a jumping scenario. She could have been scared for her own life. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's still shitty knowing, called 911 or nothing, but she was probably scared. If she wasn't involved anyway, she's probably scared for her own self.
Have you heard anything
Seeing what
more
people
about
capable of.
the Texas boys or Texas? And now, from what I understand, they're not boys.
The only thing I've heard is they were from St. Joe, and then I'm hearing they're from Nocona, and then I'm hearing they're from Bowie, and I'm like, pick a location. Like, I don't even know the names of the Texas boys. Like, I haven't seen it anyway myself yet. Like anyone,
Right? Could the Texas boys be like a throw off? You know what I mean? To like throw off people.
but I don't even. Everything's thrown off, man. I mean,
True that. Stevie Howard. I wonder if she's related to Ron Howard.
you'll see I'm on at night. I don't sleep. Wonder why.
Just so Stevie Howard's going after Justin Roy.
Yeah, Justin Roy is the father. His son was best friends with Noah, did sports together, everything, all that. Like, they were really great friends or whatever, and went to school together, graduated together, blah blah blah. So it's Noah's friend's dad.
Noah's friend's dad.
Yeah, that's who Justin is.
I'm on at night. I don't sleep, sometimes before work, and most times. And yes, serious charges. I promise y'all, we have ammo to fire back. You know what else are serious charges? For Thad, without prejudice, you know what that means. And I'd say holding stronger than your best by golf clubs. Oh, snaps. Say, what? Who's Thad? Poor Thad.
When was this?
Don't know.
This is one of the screenshots that I have that has been deleted, but it was
That's probably why I didn't see it then, because I'm like, I haven't seen this. What the?
Yeah, I was like, what? Golf clubs? Screenshot.
Nah, I got so many screenshots of my phone. It ain't even funny. I'm like,
your best.
Yeah, that's why it just took me forever to find that shit. I was like, fuck, I know I have it.
Who's Thad?
I don't know. But look, this is the next one. Hold on.
Oh, okay. We gotta figure out what that is. Leanne. Oh, I'm sorry, Luann. Luana. My bad. Or his family after reading an autopsy report. As a parent, I would lose it had this been my son and would probably be in jail. That's right. Stevie Howard. Luana Rhodes Cook. You were so close, though. And statute applies. But there are some loopholes in that. What the fuck does that mean?
The fuck? Yeah, why are you talking about loopholes?
Yeah. The comment above
as soon as I
was...
seen the word loopholes, I said,
What the fuck? What does that mean? You were so
There's
close.
so many things I've wanted to say to her, but I keep quiet. It's like, It's like, quit switching your stories up and quit talking like this, you know? Like, you're obviously making it worse on yourself, you idiot. You know what I mean?
No shit.
Like, you don't want to look guilty, quit looking guilty then.
True that.
Like, oh my God.
Statute
like,
of limitations.
You don't see Avery up in here commenting on it, you know what I mean?
Right.
Here's the other one.
Stevie Howard goes after Howard Long. I promise things are not always what they seem. It is funny you single my comment out as disrespectful, yet lying about young girls on a post of someone who doesn't have enough backbone to face any single one of us, especially me, is deemed
valiant
in an effort to find justice. But here's the thing. Slander is just as much as a state law as hosting. Not sure they let us pick and choose which ones we want to oblige by. Hosting as in hosting a party? Damn! That's true. She did host the party.
Someone, Puff Muffet said, statute of limitations, ? Regarding a crime that's taken place potentially.
This is what she was responding to.
She said, heard it was JR, as in Justin Roy. She's just being a
Yeah, she's just
petty
clowning.
bitch
She's
at
just
that point.
trolling. Yeah, she's just trolling.
Yeah, that's why I was saying JR, to just clarify, it was Justin that she's pointing at.
Stevie,
yeah, and that's why they said no one thinks you're funny.
No one thinks you're funny.
Just saying.
Just saying. Yeah, I don't know these things. We are trying to get justice for Noah, and you're putting fake-ass names on here. Also, let's not forget the fact that your daughter supplied minors without Durham, and it resulted in the death of a young man, Durham. I hope you feel good about Durham, and I'm glad you think it's fun, Durham. You need to quit while you're ahead
He's
because
been fired.
this is far from over, Durham. I hope you know it's all coming out soon. You can't protect your kids for long.
Oh. Bub's
The only
popping
thing he
off.
forgot to put in there was bitch. I would have thrown a bitch in there once or twice. Fuck. That's how you say something.
What was her comment after? Now I'm curious.
It's probably deleted.
It wouldn't shock me because I'm sure she probably said something and was like, no, never mind.
Dang,
that's just all weird to me. Ugh.
Do you know who a Howard Long is, or anything?
Where does it say he's from? Hold on, let me look it up on my Facebook real quick. I mean, I gotta see a picture. I couldn't tell you necessarily, like, because it doesn't sound familiar.
Right.
Wait, you said Howard
Stevie
Long?
Howard. Stevie, is it Stevie Howard or was it Howard Long that was up before Kaylee? Howard Long.
No
Howard
post
Long.
available. It's a fake account. Clearly,
Howard Long.
It has to be because it's just a picture of an old pickup truck.
Yeah.
And no post available at all.
Okay,
So
then,
I'm assuming it's a fake account. Someone hiding their identity.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's funny. Then it's Stevie Howard going after Howard Long. Odd. Do people really do that shit? They're just gonna make up some fucking fake. I guess they do that on YouTube too, but to go into some like real life Facebook shit that has to do with some real life shit and troll that shit? Is that what they're essentially they're doing? Fucking weirdos. Jessica. So Stevie Howard's going after Jessica Fowler Poacher. I'd be pissed off at the world too if I were you. Stevie Howard goes after Mona Dyer. It contained much more than that. Nothing was meant in a disrespectful manner, but yet that is how it is presented. I was making light of his charming personality and playfulness. He was full of it in life. He will be and he has been missed. Jessica Fowler going after Stevie Howard. No, just a handful of people, smiley face, and something, something, something. I don't think I have, Puff Muffin. Oh, I get what you're saying. Duh. Catfish.
I'm about to prove to y'all what I was talking about earlier. Hold up. Well, it's going to be two different screenshots because I want y'all to see some other shit too.
Julio Ramirez, that better not be a cousin of mine. Shit.
Okay, I just sent that. And it is public records, so ain't nobody could come after me for that because anybody could look it up. Because I just did. Shouldn't have went to court.
Stevie Howard goes after Teresa Escobar.
B, there is no statute of limitations if it's murder. There is none. There's people that's been caught 40 plus years later because it became a cold case. Then, like 40 years later, they find the guy and arrest him. But say it's 40 years down the road before they solve it, which I hope not. But just for example, the people will get less time the longer it takes to find them, basically. And that's sad.
Right.
There's some people that do get life, but a lot of it I've seen usually only get like 10 to life or something just because it's been so long. It really all just depends on where you're at.
Oh, goes to Caden Pressey again. That kid put out some stuff. I mean, that kid's got to be pretty disliked amongst the other kids.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and I said screenshot of the paternity. It's in the courts. I mean, it's public record. That's how I found out.
Wind it up. Did you, yeah. Just gonna pop that thing up. Can't quite see it, boss.
It's also like if you look, a couple of them's plaintiff, a couple of them's defendant, so you can tell, which one's their charges and what, because what plaintiff and defendant means, obviously.
Right.
You'll see it. It shows whether they were plaintiff or the defendant right under their names on each case. I just want to know about them fraud charges. Yeah. I need more in depth on that. Like, how the hell did that go?
No shit, huh? Statute applies, but there's some loopholes.
Like paternity court order.
Howard Avery Joe versus Combs Joseph Roberts. Durham court ordered. Protective order. What?
Yeah, that was against Donna Gale, the one that's been out there, trying to advocate for Noah.
Oh, no shit.
They got a protective order against her, and it's not like she went out to their property. It's not like she went up to their face. I mean,
what is she doing? Like
I'm sure she was messaging them and telling them how she felt.
Oh, so it's like on the
that
internet.
first charge right there.
State of Oklahoma.
They dismissed it. If you look at that, wonder why.
Bogus checks. What?
And that was 6/23 of 23.
It says dismissed or settled. It could maybe like a plea bargain or some shit like that. Divorce.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I say. Those two were the plaintiff.
Speed limit 16 miles an hour. Guilty plea.
I was gonna say that top one's what I was really curious about. Like,
obtaining cash or merchandise by bogus check. Defrauding somebody, like somebody we know.
It's just like, what in the... It's all so weird.
It wasn't football equipment, was it?
Could have been buying the golf clubs. Who knows?
Oh, shit.
Had to get that expensive stuff. Bougie.
Right? Bougie shit.
Hey, she can't get mad at me. She mentioned golf clubs in the comments.
That's right. Oh shit.
Delete it or not, it is still out there. Everything put on the internet is permanent and forever. I hope people realize that. Like, even if you go and delete it, someone's got a screenshot more than.
Holmes Joseph Jody Robert of Nocona, Texas. Date of birth 8/15/81. Stalking 8/16/18. Damn, what the fuck is this stalking shit? This is like.
It is probably on it. It could have been something to do with Stevie, maybe, or something. Never know.
Epidemic of this stalking shit.
It's an epidemic of bullshit and fuckery going around everywhere in every direction. Honestly.
Fuck.
It's all messed up, and I feel so terrible for that poor family that's got to live through this shit right now. And they got to sit there, you know, and they work all day long every day, and they got to sit there, take time out of their day to try to get some answers, and it's just, that's sad. They shouldn't be out there having to hunt this hard for answers. Like I said, if they can solve the drive-by shooting in 2 days or whatever, like, and it was OSBI that solved it too at that. So it's
Look
like,
at that headline, y'all.
Holmes gets 2 years. Howard to be sentenced in April. Bank fraud draws prison.
Wait, whose last name is Combs and whose last name is Howard?
Oh,
what?
Shit.
Wait, what? Oh, shit.
Wichita Falls, a former banker from Nocona and a Nocona rancher are facing time in federal prison, helping pay almost $7 million in fines and restoration.
What?
They're pleading guilty to bank fraud. What in the
Oh, was she a banker and then he was like moving shit? Oh, is that what y'all are getting out of it?
Yeah.
Oh,
there's a whole
deeper the rabbit hole. Guys,
and
we're
it
about
has
to fall so deep, you might have to help pull us out.
this is the portal. This is the portal to Texas, which is actually what it says. The portal to Texas.
Wichita Falls, Texas is like 35 to 40 minutes, depending on how fast you drive from Terrell specifically, and about an hour from Nocona. But you never know. They could have resided there for a little bit anyway. Yeah.
Right. Well, they did some prison time. 2 years? What? I think it said 2 years.
Well, did it confirm that they actually spent the time in prison, or did they actually just get it dismissed somehow? Maybe. That's what I kind of wonder.
Did you see Ariel's comment, Kaylee?
Like, is there a mug shot?
Right, just to see if it's that person, that same person.
Well, no, not the same person. Just to see if, like, the charges were even, like, actually followed through with, like, you know, actually going to fucking, like, them actually going to prison specifically.
Oh, right.
Like, I would like to see, you know, like, and see if that or if it got dismissed because, you know, then people's got money. So.
In related case, a Montague County man sentenced to 2 years in federal prison in bank conspiracy, while another sentenced to 1 year. Father awaits sentencing. Millions in restitution ordered. The state's attorney Robert B. Roper announced Ricky Dale Howard, the former president of First National Bank, pled guilty.
Oh, have you ever heard the case of Caleb Deal?
Caleb Deal.
Yeah, out of Nocona. He's been missing since 2015, I believe.
Damn.
Yeah, and this guy, he had loaned his truck to him, and when they reported Caleb missing, they finally eventually, it took forever, went out there, searched his property, found computers burned up, recovered a bunch of child porn, like naked photos of that kid specifically and other kids, because he had been doing things to them. And also, tell me why the truck and the keys was both in the garage that Caleb was supposed to be in on his way to Oklahoma to see his girlfriend.
What the fuck?
And they still to this day do not have answers. And that was out of Nocona.
In related cases, Joe Bob Combs of Nocoma, Texas, was sentenced in December 2006, 24 months.
Who's Joe Bob Combs?
I'm wondering if it's maybe a brother or
Oh
a dad.
no! That's Jody's daddy.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Yes,
I wasn't
yes.
sure. There's so many of them fuckers I can't keep up. That family is huge on both sides. It's hard to keep up.
Conspiracy to commit misapplication of funds. Bank officer, blah blah blah. Ordered that Combs, age 46.
Ariel sent a link in the chat about they sometimes show more court cases
jury
and
records, yeah.
docs that you could find.
Jerry Wayne Aries, age 52, who pled guilty. What the fuck? How many people was involved in this shit?
I'm sure it took a lot.
Sentenced
I'm sure it took a lot of hands.
Family tradition.
Right. This sounds like the fucking the Murdoch bullshit right here.
Ain't that what the fuck I told you?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it wouldn't shock me.
Oh my goodness.
It literally wouldn't shock me.
Jack Horse Aries, 73. Pled guilty to some other bullshit. What in the fierce luck? Joe Bob Combs, Jack Horse Aries.
Just wait. Keep going.
They admitted overstated the amount of cattle cattle they owned as collateral for loans on security agreements. Other documents submitted to the bank. The bank.
Who's the bank president?
Ricky Dale Howard.
Oh,
the one that made
Lord.
Caleb go missing back in 2015.
Ricky Dale Howard is related to Stevie Howard, so they've been intertwined for fucking ever.
Which is related to Ron Howard.
He's in prison right now because he did get life or whatever. Well, no, not life. I think he got like 50 years or something. But either way, he's like 60 something years. Like he's old. He'll probably die in there anyway. But
Jerry Wayne Aries admitted that he conspired with Ricky Dale Howard to misapply funds belonging to FNB by repeatedly depositing checks drawn out insufficient funds concealed from officers of FNB. The fact that this
First National Bank.
Is that what it? Thank you.
Yeah.
Aries signed blank checks on an account. Windthorst National Bank, knowing that the checks would be drawn on insufficient funds. This was done to artificially inflate the balance in this account to FNB without the knowledge of FNB officers, loan committee. Wow. Cattle. Could be why they owned or leased all that property. Cooter Brown. You know the guy's name you always say? Cooter Brown?
That's Cutter.
Oh, my bad.
But Cooter Brown, yeah, but this says Cutter.
Yeah, that was Stevie and Jody's kid that passed away at 4 months and 5 days old.
Oh, snaps.
It could have very easily been like SIDS or something though, because lately,
right? No, but this is how I got This is how I got started on who's who in the family tree. Just to be honest.
Oh yeah, the closest to
Stevie Howard of Terrell, Oklahoma. Jody Combs, two sisters, Avery Jo and Carter Beth, both of home in Terrell, Oklahoma. Grandparents Joe Bob and Kim Combs, Delbert and Kim Perkins, David and Jennifer Howard, Bob and Noassa Wilcoxon, and great-grandparents Sam and Peggy Hoover, Harold Howard, Bonnie Wallace, Joanne and Joe Combs, and Anna Gail Wilcoxon. His great-grandmothers, Irene Griffin and Nina Witt, his aunts and uncles, Jennifer and Dale Snow, Garrett Combs, Sarah and Daniel Long, Josie and Jason Martin, Davis Howard and Douglas Howard, and his cousins Emily Martin and Jack Long. Jack Long?
Damn, Kylie, you wasn't lying. This is a big ass family.
And that's just from like the kid back to just great grandparents, and that's it. Imagine
Yeah, that ain't even cousins and third cousins and fourth cousins.
No shit.
Yeah, not even kidding.
And you gotta think this is back in 2005. They had a couple more kids after that, I believe, because I
Oh
believe
yeah,
they
no
had a
doubt.
couple kids in school, if I'm not mistaken.
Damn.
So it's grown since then as well.
Yeah, no doubt.
Did you check out that link that Ariel put in?
What does it say? I can't click on links from here.
Judy.
What did it say? I can type it in.
JudyRecords.com.
Yeah. I think that's correct. Judy Records.
Like Judge Judy. Damn, start typing in names.
Type in my name.
Maybe you have to put Texas, Oklahoma. Or Texas, whichever.
Oh, did I just see
I'm
a
sure she
Pinellas
got
County
churches in
fucking
both.
something?
Yeah.
Well. Scroll down. Did I see somebody's name nipping at me off?
Her middle
Is her
name
middle name
is
Michelle?
Leah.
Okay. Lynn or Leia?
Leih or something like that. Oh. Hold on,
Yeah.
let me go back to that screenshot.
She ain't no Princess
Stevie
Leia
Lee.
from Star Wars, you know what
I'll
I'm
just
saying?
put L. Yeah. 1 to 17. All right, now we're cooking with peanut oil.
Yeah, it's Leigh. That's what it is.
Lee. Okay.
Yeah. Leig. Yeah.
Stevie Lee.
9.
There we go. That buffered it down a lot.
Arresting agency. Anderson, Dallas. Where's this at?
Heard of that guy.
Judge Gay?
Shut the fuck up.
What the fuck?
Jefferson County, Oklahoma.
He's such a dick, dude.
Oh, this is
For
traffic.
real.
You know this judge.
Yeah, I've been in and out of court lately because of my family member I was telling y'all about.
Right.
Because I'm an eyewitness of shit,
Yeah.
so I have to be there. Ugh, it's awful.
Yeah, we don't.
And he's so rude. He won't even hear
Really?
you out either.
Well, because his
He'll
name is
ask you a
Gay.
question and then turn around and tell you to shut up. Literally.
His name is Gay. Wouldn't you be upset and be rude at people too? I would be. Shit, I'd be
My
mad.
my dad had called the DA and told the DA to tell. He's like, he must not have had a good vacation. Trying to throw in the gay part in there and everything.
Ooh.
My dad went.
What's that say? What's that say?
Child abuse, multidisciplinary account. What? Multidisciplinary account.
Abstract plea of guilty, 2018.
Wait, was this the speeding one?
I don't know. 2018 in June.
Does it not say if it was speeding or anything?
Guilty plea. Count 1, 30 to 35. But how does she have child abuse?
Well, that's what I was about to say. You can get child abuse charges for speeding with a child in the car. That could have very well happened. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah.
I think you can get the same thing for smoking while a child is in the car in California. I'm not sure about other places.
And that's a law in Texas for sure. I know of now. They just passed that a few years back as well.
God damn, she stays speeding. This bitch got a lead foot, but she don't pay. Well, come on, she got to pay fine $6. Are you fucking kidding me? Miss me with that fuck shit.
No, that's just court. No, that's just court fees. That was only court fees.
$88. Oh my fucking $5, $6. Are you kidding me? I had a couple $100 behind that, and that's the kind of shit we get.
No,
I lied.
1,000.
Fuck, because we don't suck dick.
You
My
gotta
first
think
arrest
there
cost me over
is
like
ties in
$10,000.
with Jefferson County with them. Don't
Oh
forget
yeah.
about that.
Oh yeah, I know. That's my whole
Hey,
point.
why don't you?
Everybody.
Oh, wait. I was gonna say I don't know because I don't think there'd be anything on Avery
Alaska, what the-
besides what I've already screenshotted. What about Jack? I wonder if he has a record.
Right? Or Caleb.
Oh yeah,
I
don't
already
forget
know.
to put.
Nothing happens to him.
I don't know his fucking middle name. Yeah, that probably narrow. Yeah, 18. That narrows it down a lot better.
OHP. That's, I think, no, that ain't him. What's this? Chandler Blake? I mean, I'm sure it's his family members, but let's see. Comanche. Whoa, wait a second.
Yeah, I was about to say, wait, you're skipping stuff.
Civil relief, less than 10,000 case filing. Oh no, there ain't no way. That kid wasn't even fucking born in 99.
Ariel said later on try without putting state because there might be other things in other states.
That kid ain't been nowhere else.
So if you don't put the state, well, heck, I'm just relaying what she's saying in the chat. Okay, shoot.
Yeah. I think it's so much. Thank you so much. I hear. Oh, pew pew, motherfucker.
That's the problem. I don't know his middle name. That's why. Cause they were saying try middle name, and I'm like, I don't know what his middle name is. I wonder if Jack is even like really like his first
kid?
actual name, or if it's Jackson, or it could be a variety of things.
Right.
Because Jack could be short for a lot of things.
True. Correct. He is a minor, so you might find much. Or maybe he's not a minor. He's not a minor anymore.
Right.
Should have Texas being like, there. You trying to say Texas is got a lot of crime?
I don't fucking know.
Wait, what was this
available? This was for Caleb in 2002. Apparently, something they got a lot of they get in trouble for traffic shit a lot. Apparently, what's this? 2001.
Shows you they're reckless as fuck.
No shit.
Yeah, they shouldn't have licenses or any fucking thing. They shouldn't operate anything. Arresting officer. So was he arrested? Guilty plea. No seatbelt. Shit, were you fucking thug? Okay. Comanche County Memorial Hospital, public trust. Ooh, what we got here? Sarah, that's Jack's mom. Amy P. Harris. What the fuck is this? I don't know how to say that word. Civil relief, blah blah blah. Law library fee. What the fuck?
Yeah, some of it's a little confusing. It's like, because you gotta have the full name basically just to get something.
Child abuse multiplicity fee.
What?
That's in
Final judgment, 2007. Garnished affidavit. Oh.
I wonder if that's why dad has son, That's a little conflicting there.
Alias order for defendants to appear in answer to assets and injunction forbidding transfer to other disposition of property.
And copy should process Caleb with his mother-in-law. Sarah Newton, no longer with Caleb.
Oh, wait, hold on. Alias order for hearing on assets served Caleb Newton with Rosa, fiance, 2009. Yeah. Court minute, comes asset hearing, no service as to Sarah. Oh, maybe this was like their divorce or something? Failure to appear?
Yeah, to appear.
Yeah, you could tell these people just don't.
Yeah,
they don't give a fuck to follow the law. Period. Like
ratchet.
I understand if you're going like 5 over.
Red River Credit Corporation. Ooh. Small claims
What?
loan default. Ooh.
It says.
Oh, snap.
Small claims. Hey, this is public record, my guy. Take it up with the fucking Uncle Sam, mister.
Yeah, take it up with the government because it's saying.
Affidavit claim order over 1,500. Document available. Oklahoma court information system fee. Garnishy summons. It's sent to mail and for Newton Plumbing. Yeah, well.
So he's a plumber.
That would be his fucking job, piece of shit.
Plumber. Right? Sounds like somebody we know.
New piece of shit.
Golden plunger?
Yeah.
I wonder if the boat incident's anywhere in there or if it's just like pushed back.
Let's see.
Who did that? Oh, that involved.
That was in Jefferson County, specifically Waurika Lake.
Jefferson County.
It's Jefferson County, Oklahoma.
11.
I was gonna say, I wonder if any of them was
1998. 2020. That might be it right here. Hold on. I think that's when it happened. Was 2020. Oh, yep.
Charles.
Minor plaintiff. Yep. Let's see what happens.
Oh.
September 8th.
And it's the same judge.
Dismissed and settled on October 15th. What the fuck? It is? Money judgment over $10,000. Let's see.
So they paid him off? 10 G's?
No, over. That's what it just says. It doesn't say the amount. Okay, file and enter petition for $10,000 or more. Document available. Law library. Oklahoma court information system fee. Lengthy trial fund. Oklahoma court appointed special advocates. 10% of blah, blah, blah. Council. Courthouse security fee. Blah, 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 blah. Answer document. Settlement right here for on September 8th of 2020. And then the acknowledgement receipt of funds and general release on October 15th, 2020.
Jeez.
Dismissal with prejudice.
Sketchy.
Right?
Oh, of course, I click it. It says not available at this time.
Yeah, because it's not on the state court record on that part for some reason. Wonder why.
That's baby back bullshit.
Why do you think it was so hard to find the article? Remember, I sent you that screenshot. And it's like it was hard as hell just to find that article. That's why I was like, I wonder if it's even on here, and it is. Thank you to whoever. I think it was Ariel that sent that link. Because man, you can uncover more on here than with what I was
looking at. Ariel. You wouldn't be perhaps Ariel from a certain Disney movie, would you?
The Little Mermaid?
I don't think her hair's red. It doesn't look like it.
It's a plumber.
With license number, yeah, I'll take that.
Is that his middle name?
I'll take that. The FBI might be taking it if they get busted.
Don't message me, weirdo. The fuck?
What brings you to the site today? None of your motherfucking business.
No fucking license number.
To say that?
Oh shit! We're trying to find out
what
she's up to.
Hold up. Caleb was on the board. Okay, we last verified the license was inactive on 5/25/2024. What's the matter?
That was just 2 days ago or 1 day? Was 1 day ago? Yesterday.
Inactive licenses. Why? Would you not?
The license was inactive yesterday. Weird.
What the fuck?
Yeah, 5/25/2024. That was
If
yesterday.
you're thinking about hiring him, well, why would I hire him if he doesn't have a license? That's just dumb.
Ariel said she actually does have red
Send him a
hair.
message real quick. Can you come down to Florida?
Right? Say, give up the truth, motherfucker. You can't handle the truth.
Yeah, right.
And at one point I heard that because Victor is the dad from what I've seen, and he actually had worked for them or whatever.
I heard that too.
Yeah, so he had called Caleb had called Victor, as from my understanding, and let him know.
You know what?
I heard Dalian got the call. And then he told his dad and loaded up in the truck and headed there from Comanche, from what he said. From what Dalian said.
Not Presgrove.
Well, so you gonna spell that right? Spell check.
Oops, 6. Family and oh. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Hey, that child's a pope, boo boo. Sorry. Oh, Deborah Smith. I know
that
that name.
dollar.
Yeah. Deborah Smith.
Oh, you do have
Oh.
red hair? Sorry, I can't tell. I see like an easy
Child support
on my screen.
enforcement. Damn, motherfucker, pay your child support. Shit.
I was trying to think of who else to look up. Damn it.
That was. Oh. Don't say that, weirdo. Anyway.
I forgot what name I was gonna even say to look up. It's like I lost track. Like, wait a minute.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, as I say, that might help maybe. There we go.
Pipeline? No, that ain't Joe. Is it? No. Let's take off Oklahoma and just do Texas. That seems to be where he likes to do his criminal activities.
Well,
Haha.
that's where he's from.
Joe Kenneth L. Combs. That's not it. Texas Pipeline. Texas Land and Immigration? What the fuck?
I was wondering if that where that car wreck that I was telling y'all about would pop up on there.
Sure. Let's see. Let's take off Jody and just put Joseph. God bless America.
Yeah, put Nocona, Texas, or Montague County, Texas.
What the hell? How you spell that?
MONTAGUE.
GUE. 7. There we go. Now we're cooking with peanut oil. Garnishment? What is this? I don't see his name though. Education agency? I don't see that. Wait. He ain't no attorney, that's for sure.
Why is it popping up Tennessee stuff? You left Texas in there, didn't you?
Yeah.
What the hell?
Let me find out Joe. I know his middle name. I have it written down. I just don't feel like getting my notebook out. My handy dandy notebook. Mother's. Okay. I know he ain't no Vanderbilt fucking university, that's for sure. Let's see. That sounds about right. Food specialist? Not hardly. Kixie.
I wonder if you look up Lane, like the chick I was talking about, if it
Here we
would
go.
pop up in a court case.
J.G. Cattle. Hmm. 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 Fuck's that mean? Ew. Oh, no, no,
What?
no. Okay, there we go. That's his name. Joseph Robert Jody Combs. Ha, gotcha. Joseph Robert. And we'll just do all of Texas, because we'll just see.
Yeah, I might actually narrow it down.
Oh, shoot.
700. Damn.
I ain't got that kind of time. How am I spell it? Hold on, let me see this. From this on here says, okay, Nocona, whatever the fuck that is. Nocona. Let me type that.
Oh, I was gonna say Nocona.
Nocona.
They used to spell it with the K back in the day, and then they changed it.
I just be changing. What the fuck?
Texas Supreme Court. I wonder. I doubt it's it though.
Laboratories. What the fuck is this?
What? Oh, this has got to be it. Hold on, wait. If this is what a case type. What does that mean? Not the case type part, but the.
God damn.
Oh, it says versus Ramirez. I wasn't even her last name.
Okay, yeah, I don't know who the hell this is, but sorry, not trying to be in your business.
I was also from 2019, but that one down there, I was like, what the hell?
Fucking A. Joseph. Oh, okay, hold on. Robert Jody. But why is it spelled like that? Jody. And then Jodey. So what is it? What the fuck? Let's try both. No.
And I was going to say Nocona.
Nocona. What the fuck kind of shit is
I don't
that?
think there's nothing called RTX, but
Let's try Jody with I. Apparently he's got aliases. Joseph. Jody? No.
you're putting an E on the end. I don't think there is an E. I think it's just I. I could have sworn it was.
On Facebook, it's just a Y.
Oh, I thought there was a fucking. Don't pay attention half the time, clearly.
That's my life. Okay, maybe it was Oklahoma. So try Joseph. Robert Combs. Oklahoma. 330? Okay.
Try Jefferson County specifically, see, I guess.
39, I can work with that. I don't know. Let's see. Oh, Judge Gay?
It's always him, every fucking case, I swear to God.
Let's see, what's the charge? Probably fucking traffic. Let's see. Ba 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 ba. Warrant for arrest. Oh no, I think it's a little bit more than traffic. Let's see. Ooh.
It said no contact with the victim up above, so I'm wondering if that was something to do with
2019. Yeah, I think that was the stalking. Okay,
Yeah.
trial. Motion to reduce bail. Waived for 30 days. Subpoena returned. Served Howard, Williams, and Wilson. Oh, Stevie Howard and Jimmy Williams and Jeremy Wilson. Who's that?
Jeremy is the county sheriff.
What?
Yeah.
What the fuck is he on there for? Nuh-uh. Quit playing.
Probably. I don't know. No telling, honestly.
No contact with the victim.
Dude's a little crooked, I ain't gonna lie.
Bond. Oklahoma court information system. Warrant for arrest. 15% district court. 10% of CAMA fee. Child abuse multidisciplinary account. Attorney General Victim Services Unit. Courthouse security fee. Sheriff service fee. Revolving fund. Medical expense liability. Oklahoma court information system fee. What the fuck? State forensic fee.
Someone asked, what about Bubs?
Oh, Lord. I doubt he's got a criminal record. But I'll look. Violation of protective order.
Small town, never know.
Oh, let's see. Intoxic. Whoa! Okay, what is this? 2020. Cost due to allocation fee. Monies due. Blah, blah, blah. Ankle monitor. Okay. Benchmark.
Get that
bracelet. Judgment unavailable. Blah, blah, blah. 120-day review. Stevie Howard, domestic abuse counseling, nonviolent victim compensation assessment.
Wouldn't strike me because
Plea of
Jody
guilty, sentencing 5 years and $1,000.
was/is known for.
Oh, change of plea. Waiver of jury trial. Argue last penalty phase. State's response to defendant's motion to allow defense. Defendant's motion for joinder to reduce bail to the state. Subpoena returned and served on Howard and Wilson. Who the fuck is Jeremy Wilson?
You said Jeremy Wilson, right? County Sheriff of Jefferson
What the
County.
fuck is he being fucking subpoenaed for in the fucking case? What the fuck?
Maybe because, maybe was he arresting officer?
The county sheriff is coming and doing fucking arrest? Oh, well, let's see. Okay. Holmes, defendant.
Yeah, arresting agency, Jeremy Wilson. Yeah, that's why he was subpoenaed.
What the hell is he coming?
He was the arresting officer.
Do you mean he's like the chief of police? What?
The county sheriff, yeah.
Is he just a deputy or is he like the head deputy?
He's the head.
And why do they not? Okay, this says Judge Gray. I was about to say, does Judge Gay? Is there anybody else besides Judge Gay? The fuck?
Yeah, I know. Every court case I've ever seen in my life, I swear to God, he's on it.
Oh, fuck. Okay, I want to see. Jeremy with an IE. Okay. Oh no!
Yeah. That's him.
Oh my God! He was the first one on the fucking scene. I know it's shit. I've seen his fucking picture in the hold.
No, technically, Bub
right, and then him.
Was. Yeah, afterwards.
Okay.
But mind you, Grandpa
Right.
was first. Make that make sense.
I gotta find this. It's in here. I've seen it. No.
I don't even know that kid in those pictures and videos made me cry because I'm like, what a short life,
Stolen.
Like it wasn't even truly his time. They just played God. Somebody did. Oh yeah, there's pictures of me at his cross. I put a little ribbon on his stuff.
Who is me? Maybe we should let the big chief of OHP hear our concerns. Can't find an email, blah, 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 blah. Okay, that's not it. Keep going. Oh, what's this? Nope.
I thought that was pretty cool how they had that cut out with the hoodie and all on it. Oh yeah, that Nancy chick or whatever is on the case now, I guess too.
Nancy Grace.
I think.
Yes, she don't complain.
Went blank in the brain. And then I don't remember what it was. One of them crime shows is supposed to come out with a documentary next month.
Yeah, that podcast
I think
is
it was
supposed to
like
have its next episode in like a week. That
I hope they have some good info and maybe some closure.
I wonder who's going to be on it. I bet you it's probably that Caden kid or Jasmine. It's got to be one of the two.
I feel like it might be that Caden kid.
Came out of nowhere, right? Yeah, I thought the same thing.
Yeah. Probably said, "Fuck it," they'll recognize my voice on the podcast type of thing. Who knows? If you look at that picture right there, it does look like a bruise on his back.
Yeah, it looks like
They ain't
fingerprints.
wrong.
Yeah,
if you zoom in,
totally. And his knuckles are bleeding too, so he was.
It looks more like the shape of an object. It doesn't look like finger. It looks like the shape of an object, or even knuckles, maybe.
Right, and his knuckles were bleeding in one picture, and then that picture with him and Jack, they're not. So some shit had done. What the hell? Who is this?
That was Carter. She played sports when she was in high school. She played baseball or softball, whatever. And there was somebody just trying to go around being like, "Oh, she's getting beat up." I was like, "This is back in high school from those pictures." Looked like been ran through 30 times. Them comments. Picture was great. I can't even. Oh, and apparently that blood spot, someone went on to Google Maps back in July of 2023 before the party even happened, and the blood spot was there, like still from the Google card picture, if it even is a blood spot. So unless they swabbed it to confirm if it was his blood or not, if it's been there since 2023 before anything, then you know what I mean? That would make it even worse. Like there was no blood at the same period type of thing, then that's really weird.
What the fuck? Why does it say 30?
Why the dot's there? Because that's exactly where the tooth was sitting. I don't know what the numbers mean, but the dots are exactly where the teeth were sitting. That dude tried to say that everybody
has an ugly fucking shirt.
No. Listen, he's trying to claim, I wasn't there, blah, 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 whatever, right? And then it's like, and then he tried to say, they sell multiple of the same shirts on the same rack. And they were like, right. Well, does everybody in Terrell just wear? He literally got clapped back at and didn't even, I don't even think he responded as far as I know anyway, unless it got deleted or something. But It was like, yeah, there's gonna be multiple people in Terrell wearing
Shut the
that
fuck
same
up,
ugly
Eddie.
ass shirt. And you can see it's the same hair.
Undivided attention, you crybaby. What do you want?
Wait, what?
I'm ignoring the chat, apparently.
Yeah, it's like we lost Kaylee. She's in her investigating zone.
Yeah.
We're the redheaded stepchildren, Eddie said. Hey, don't be mad about it.
You could hit the link, little bitch.
Yeah.
That's the best way to get my
Oh,
attention.
Lord.
Or you can send me a cash app.
You have to send money to join the link.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yep.
Thank you so much. You're welcome. That's it? You just want to say hi? God dang. You're worse than my kid. Mom, what? Hey. Fuck.
That's all it reminded me of. Just so.
Oh, shiznit.
What?
What is really going? I have no idea. I'm looking at my notifications. I got a bunch of them. Okay. Oh, fuck you, Eddie. Just send me $1 cash app.
Step down, redheaded stepchild.
Oh, God. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Fucking $1. You stupid.
Hell, put 2 zeros behind it and send it to me. Oh, Lord.
Fuck Ruben go?
Right
I
here.
don't know.
The fuck are you doing?
I've been
Doing my own investigations.
Oh, hell.
I can only imagine. This shit's gotten into some deep dive lately. The more and more and more that they keep commenting, the worse it looks.
Straight up some fuck shit.
You think their lawyers would advise them to shut the fuck up? Oh. Might want to rethink the lawyer situation at that point, I guess. Not very bright people, that's for sure.
Good afternoon, everybody. We need to look at it. We need to really,
You know what I'm saying?
be joining us. And this is a very sad situation. One thing I'm looking at that's really grabbing at me, and I know it grabbed at you guys, 0.14 alcohol level.
Who's Dustin?
0.14 blood alcohol level. Okay. So at that point in time, he's not thinking, staggering. And believe me when I tell you, alcohol can set you up for that. Got a hold of this guy.
I have a comment on that, by the way.
They got a hold of Noah Presgrove.
Say that again.
And
I have a that what he just said about the 0.14. If you actually look into it, as long as his body's set, especially considering, because for one, we don't know a timeline specifically, plus they waited 24 hours on top of it for the autopsy. And whenever you're out in heat like that, it can build, fertilize the yeast in your body from alcohol and sugars and stuff and make your blood content actually higher than what it actually was before you died. It's harder. It's proven to be harder to get an accurate blood or alcohol level reading on a dead person versus a person alive. You know what I mean? Like, does it make sense? It's like the best way I can explain it. Like, you can look it up though.
Thank you for that information.
For whatever reason, and hopefully we will find out the why, because there's a lot of kids involved here, and we know kids talk eventually. So hopefully we're going to find out the why. You know, last I hear, he's leaving the house, and I can't say this is written in stone, but last I hear, he's angry, had an argument with the girl, so he left the house, you know, but, you know, so right away I started to think, well, he had an argument with his girlfriend or whatever. Then we hear from the family he didn't have a girlfriend, or isn't that what we heard? That he didn't have a girlfriend? I don't know how true that is or not. But the point I'm trying to make is, you know, seems he walked out the door after that argument, and which would lead me to believe he could be angry and upset and pretty pissed off, and obviously could have run into somebody or some people who were pissed off as well for whatever reason, and really went to town on him, because there's no way he could really defend himself in this kind of state. There's no way he could defend himself. He was at their mercy, and I think got beating the cost of his life. So we shall see. More will be revealed, I'm sure. I'm talking a lot. Pam, Dustin, say something. Jump in here. Get carried away on this.
And if you yourself become a little argumentative, definitely can be like almost like
cranial and internal injury
people
on a motorcycle.
You want to get into that more, like, because his fingers were shred and you know, parts of his body. And I think even in the autopsy report, it talks about some kind of black substance, or am I correct?
Yep. Yeah, it's in there. Yeah.
The shoulder area. Okay.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And as we were talking, to kind of give, you know, the audience a little bit of an overview, and when we were talking about this autopsy report, the thing that struck me, aside from the 2 pages of injuries that the coroners got listed there, was that would be, and of course, I'm not a medical professional, but those are the types of injuries that you see in motorcycle accidents all the time. Now, we're not painting a picture that he was far too wasted to hop on a motorcycle. And if he had wrecked a bike on Highway 81, there would have been a yard sale of parts and you name it. But what I'm getting at, and as somebody who raced motorcycles for a lot of years and taught motorcycle racing, those types of, you know, cranial and internal injuries, again, I'm not saying that's what it's from, but since he wasn't on a motorcycle, the only other way you might have this interesting combination of, you know, these really serious head injuries, not to mention the serious internal injuries, you know, when it's important to understand, like, when you come off a motorcycle at speed, it doesn't even have to be that fast. One of the worst wrecks I ever had was, you know, maybe 40 miles an hour, and it beat the daylights out of me. I mean, it was really harsh. But not only are you impacting the ground from whatever distance you're coming off the bike, but you've got this kinetic energy that's pushing you in a linear motion forward. So when you hit the ground, you may not be hitting it just once. You turn it, you literally are going to start ragdolling. You're going to start sustaining serious cranial and internal injuries, but you're also going to start accumulating abrasions, because you are not between. What happens is you'll start to slide, and clothing or a body part or something will catch, and you get flipped again, and you keep impacting the ground, especially your head or your limbs, because they're just kind of flopping around out there, and with all this kinetic energy, it has nowhere else to go except, you know, running into the ground, and it's just constantly taking a beating. And the thing that I also thought was interesting about that autopsy report, which kind of led me to this theory, right, was his legs weren't that beat up. His lower body wasn't that beat up. And that is extremely consistent, again, with something you'd see somebody coming off of a vehicle and impacting the ground and continuing their forward trajectory by hitting the ground repeatedly and again accumulating abrasions. It's just such a brutal. It's so well known within the motorcycle community, especially the race community. And as we had talked, when you have somebody at a track that comes off a bike in a pretty serious manner, the first thing that the EMTs are taught to never do is to cut that race suit, because that race suit is what's containing your organs. When you start splintering stuff up inside and you take that suit off, or if you cut it off, it starts to shift around in there. Now you've got all this broken shards of pieces of stuff that are shifting within your body. And we know Noah he had hemorrhaging, he had broken pieces inside of him. I mean, I just, if this guy had been hit by a car on Highway 81 where people are routinely driving 70 plus miles an hour, first of all, if he'd have been laying on the ground, there would have been obvious, marks from a vehicle. If he'd been standing, you would have still had obvious marks from a vehicle because it would have impacted him from his legs up, usually from the knees up. Now, a smaller sedan, that's another thing, throw you over the top, but a big old truck, which is not uncommon, might just bulldoze somebody, but that's a completely different type of impact than what this kid looks like he endured. Not to mention an impact with a truck, let's say a Ford F-350 at 70, 80 miles an hour. There would have been parts all over. It would have been super bad, really ugly. So when I see these types of injuries and I see, like Pam had brought out, that he's got these black marks, and now I don't know what those are from, but on pavement, if you don't have safety gear on a motorcycle and you hit the ground, you're going to get these blunt force injuries, but you're going to accumulate aggregate from the road, and it's going to mesh. Getting that stuff out, I can tell you from personal experience, when the nurse comes to get that out of your skin, it's embedded in there so deep, and they'll oftentimes have to give you morphine just to get through it, because you're going to pass out. It is brutal and is horrible. And I've seen so many bike wrecks where the asphalt gets embedded into people's skin, and it doesn't have a particular, well, it has a particular look, but it can get so far down in the skin, it may be hard to determine what it is. It's just black, it's dark, and you could easily see that, man, if he's got something like that going on, then being removed from a vehicle at speed and hitting the ground wouldn't be an outside stretch to imagine, if that makes sense. So, but we also have the thing here too, we've got this sleepy little county, like kind of how we started out the show. Yeah, it's rural. Typically people are super neighborly. Typically people are super friendly in these small communities. I live in a small community, and you know your neighbors, you know your people. But Jefferson County, Oklahoma's got a pretty high violent crime rate. So that tells me quite a bit too. Now that might mean that, and I know for sure in Oklahoma, and like a lot of other states, not just in the United States, but John, you mentioned this as we were talking, that alcoholism and alcohol abuse is massively prevalent. And if you've got that, and of course, with the advent of drugs and the fentanyl trade and everything else, it's pretty shocking when you've got an entire county of, was like 7,000 people that is getting rated by the FBI as like a F for violent crime. Wow, that's a, pretty shocking statistic. It tells me that and this is not a judgment call on anybody that's there at all. It just means that there's an undercurrent of some pretty intense stuff happening. It could also mean that there's a pretty intense undercurrent of outlaw culture going on. And I know for a fact, not necessarily in Jefferson County, but when I was a young guy coming up, that those small communities were definitely impacted by smaller groups of people that had a lot of influence about what was done or wasn't done. So could Noah have just simply been drunk and ran across somebody, like Pam said? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially in a town like Terrell, I mean, hell, there's 300 people there? I mean, you're not going to disappear into a crowd in a town like that. You know what I mean? And we all know all of us have seen, especially when you're talking about vulnerable people, whether, it's addicts or sex workers or people that are just intoxicated, you become vulnerable. And the reality is that there's predators out there, and they're going to take advantage of it.
When you talk, when you're talking and we talk about how violent that particular area can be, what I'm looking at here is the picture I have in my mind, my mind's eye, is we're seeing this young man and he's defenseless. Okay.
Completely.
At 0.14 blood alcohol level, I mean, he's defenseless. Okay. I mean, I don't think there's pretty much anybody that he could possibly beat up, being that intoxicated. Okay. I mean, I really don't. I mean, I think he's really, really, really out of it. So that tells me that if somebody did give him a beating and did give him a beating, or a couple people gave him a beating with blunt force objects, okay, to cause the trauma, the blunt force trauma. I mean, we have to be looking at a couple of people or one person that's extremely enraged, right? Really carrying a lot of anger towards him, a lot of rage towards him, but also to somebody with a very, very low or none at all empathy level. I mean, they could have very, very low empathy or have no empathy. And, they could be like psychopathic and feel no remorse. All right. Because this is not just two guys in a fight and one guy pulls out a bat or a tire iron or some other blunt force object and gives the guy a beating. Okay. This is somebody who unmercifully gives a beating to a young man who cannot defend himself. Okay. He cannot defend himself. Okay. Because he is so inebriated based on this alcohol level, and based on his actions, based on leaving the house with a couple of different shoes on, not knowing where his other shoe was at, and some of the other antics we've witnessed, and it all ties into this blood alcohol level. And he was drinking pretty good, but that does not give anybody the excuse to beat this guy completely to death and not have feelings. Number one, I mean, you might as well be, at some point here with his injuries, you might as well just be hitting or kicking a tree or something, because there's nothing left. There's nothing going on. Like Dustin said early on about it being in an accident, when you have this much physical damage, you just pass out. You just go out. I mean, you can't go on. And again, the fact that there's such a high blood alcohol level, pretty sad stuff. But I think we're going to get some answers here. I think the area out there knows, the street knows out there. We're going to be hearing something. Remember this unmerciful beating by somebody with not a whole lot of empathy or no empathy at all, or if it was a beating, somebody that was just extremely enraged for whatever reason, and maybe a couple of guys that just wanted to give a guy a beating. I don't know. We're up in the air with this, but when we find out, the why here, why he got that beating, what did he do to make them so angry? I mean, then we're going to have a good idea on who it is. To me, in a way, it looks like it could even be strangers, because how could people that knew him have this, this level of hatred and disdain for him that would call for an unmerciful beating of this type to end his life? I mean, I don't know. So I'm caught between whether this is somebody that knows him or somebody that doesn't know him. I want you to know I'm in between there, because I don't know what happened to him when he left the house. And he was alone and he was walking, was going for a walk. That's what we hear. That's what we understand. I'm sure more will be revealed. The good news is that this is finally out. Pam, as you brought up, this goes back a lot of months, was never brought up, was never made news. Now it's out there, and, we'll see where it's going to go. Is there anything else that you guys see here?
Yeah, if I could, John, just bring
Sure,
up,
you could anytime you want.
the fact of him not having his shorts on and them being on the road somewhere, and also the fact that he was supposedly, I read somewhere that he was in a fetal position when they found him, which is but the fact that he didn't have his clothes on, like, I don't know. I mean, that to me, that just rings of humiliation to me. You know what I mean? I mean, like I mentioned before, if these were people that were not invited to the party, but they knew these people, like say they were on the fringes, they knew these people, but they just crashed anyway, and they came, and something happens and they pursue him. I mean, I'm making all this up. This is just speculation. And somebody who's gonna, get angry with him and maybe hurt him in that way might also want to humiliate him. So,
well, see, this is what I mean about, somebody with extremely low empathy to the point of maybe being psychopathic,
right.
I mean, they wanted to leave him out there all beat and broken, to the point of death. And that's not enough. I mean, they want to just put him out there and, have him humiliated, shame him. Like it wasn't enough to just beat him to death, Now, the other part of it too, and it goes back to what Dustin talked about, was jumping or getting thrown out of a car. If you're thrown out of a car instinctively, like Dustin mentioned, you put your hands out, you try and, stop yourself. And that's usually instinct, right? But where the fetal position could come in, after listening to Dustin, I believe, if you're so beat up inside, like Dustin was talking about, right? Whether it's from a beating or, it is, being thrown out of the car at, 50, 60 miles an hour or something like that. I mean, at some point you would probably, through pain, agony, for whatever reason, instinctively go into a fetal kind of position, because that would also be like protection too, right, Dustin?
100%.
Yeah.
And as 100%. And as we were talking, this kid wasn't found in town. He was found outside of town. And if he sustained all the injuries, now my opinion is that he probably had injuries prior to how they found him, but anything's possible. But with those types of injuries, I can't see this poor kid walking a mile down the road and just collapsing. I don't think he could have come close to doing that. When you start breaking ribs and you start fracturing vertebrae, even when you're drunk, it hurts. And when you have internal bleeding, you don't feel right inside. If instinctively the place you're going to go is to town, not out in the middle of nowhere. I mean, there's nothing out there, and you're not going to just start walking some country road. You're going to try to find help if you even have the ability to have that kind of cognition. After if you've taken a brutal assault like that and you're super intoxicated. I mean, I get it. You could be completely turned around. You might not even know which way is up, especially with head injuries. That can really disorient a person severely. So, but I don't believe for a second he walked himself out there. And John, you made a really good point about somebody or a group of people or the someone's with the lack of empathy, because whether they beat this kid and dumped him on the side of the road, or they threw him out of the car or whatever, I mean, that is just so severe. It's so severe, and it takes us, and especially if they threw him out of a car, that takes a special kind of that takes a special someone. And what I didn't see in the autopsy that I thought was interesting, again, I'm not a medical examiner, but there was no mention. There was, very detailed, which was super interesting, but there wasn't any specific mention of, like any kind of tool marks or anything that I saw. So it made me wonder that, man, that's why, with the extent of his injuries, man, I just got to believe that there's something else going on there.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, just that I think that there's probably two separate events.
Yes. Yes.
That's what I'm looking at. I mean, was he beat the hell somewhere else and then thrown out there?
Yep.
Because I don't see any blood here or anything. Okay. We
Right.
did, but supposedly some of his teeth were found not too far from the body. That could come from a beating, but that means somebody has to be out there in the middle of nowhere with just beating on him, not worrying about any cars coming by and killing him. And, I mean, pretty vulnerable in a way, I guess, with traffic, if there's any traffic or cars coming by. But the other part of it is the teeth. I mean, they could be knocked out if somebody's beat him, but if he gets thrown out of a car, that could cause his teeth to come out too.
Oh, absolutely.
So, but I'm not hearing blood, not seeing blood. So did the deed take place elsewhere? And this was just the dump, that we've seen so many times before,
Yeah.
I mean, I mean, not necessarily he was put on display, but in a way put on display and shamed and embarrassed by being naked. But, pretty much just let's get rid of him and let them, they'll think he got hit by a car maybe or something, or, there's much more to this. And we really got to nail down the how.
John, what about
we can get to the why?
I was just going to say, what about the two different shoes? I mean, who owns the other shoe?
Yeah, they're perfect question. Perfect question. That's why you're such a good investigator. Okay, you're a great researcher, great investigator. Who owned the other shoe? Who owned the other shoe? Okay,
that person's missing a shoe too, right?
Yeah, right. Law enforcement knows, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess we'll wait and see what happens there, More to be revealed, definitely here. The most important thing, this is top of mind in a lot of people's heads now. It's gaining legs, as we say, gaining traction in the news. All right. And that's exactly where he should be, because no young man deserves to die like this. And whether he's drinking or he's not drinking, he doesn't deserve to die like this. He deserves a shot at a life,
Absolutely.
Anything else before we break?
No, I mean, right now we're working on such limited information. There's just there's kind of simultaneously a lot there while also not being a lot there. I mean, I think it is horrible as it sounds. I think at least right now, the best information we have is just from Noah himself and his condition, which is just, is just heartbreaking that, I mean, it's a 19-year-old kid, like nobody deserves that kind of beating, but I mean, even if you're drunk, like, come on, that's so far. I mean, getting smashed in at a house party and mixing it up with some dudes is, let's face it, that's not that uncommon. But this is so far beyond that it does. We have to ask those questions, because whether somebody's covering it up because it was accidental or it was on purpose, either way, like, that's a bad deal, and people like that should not be interacting with other people in the community, because those communities get really impacted by this type of violence. I mean, any community does, but in larger cities, it becomes kind of a way of life. Out there, it's a different thing. It's when you've got a community, an entire county with only, again, 7,000 people or whatever it is, you take a loss like that, it's a real deal, man. And my heart really goes out to not only Noah's family, but everybody down there. It's terrible.
It boils down to who's either that psycho that went psycho on him, okay, or, along with that, who was really angry at him, who was enraged at him, and we don't have the answer for that. But those kids may have a clue who had that kind of animosity towards him, that kind of rage, that kind of anger. Again, if it was somebody, in their atmosphere that they knew and understood, or are these just a couple of guys or strangers that were just out there and ran into him and decided to, just kill him and give him the beating of his life. I mean, it's just, there are people like that too, as we know.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else before we break, Pam?
Oh, I just want to offer my condolences to
Yeah,
and and everybody else who loved him, because he seemed to be a really good kid.
Yeah,
definitely.
Really fun-loving, that had his whole life ahead of him.
Yeah.
He deserves justice.
Yeah, it's very tragic. Very, very tragic. Well, our audience as well, I'm sure they offer their condolences. And to our audience, I want to say thank you so much for putting up with us today and listening to us. We were really getting into it here a little bit, and we really appreciate you. We can't thank you enough for allowing us into your homes. And all I can say is please send us any comments you like. We're always interested in your comments, what you think. That's important to us. Most importantly, you heard us talking about the violence. You watch television, I'm sure. You watch different things online, and are privy to the kind of violent world that we live in. There's a lot of violence out there. So most importantly, stay on your toes. Take care of yourself. Have a great day. And, until next time, God bless and thank you so much.
You still there?
Yeah, Katie drop off?
I don't know. She was the one playing the video,
huh?
wasn't she?
Let me see.
I don't know. What the hell?
What's going on with the girl?
I sent her a video on Messenger. It was another video they had released about like the more of the suspicions and shit.
Let me text her. Tried calling. There was no answer. She probably fell asleep.
Oh my goodness! Did she really just do that during the live
Yes,
stream?
yes.
Just says I'm
She'll do that every
oh.
once in a while.
Wow.
I texted her. I don't know. Let's see who's all up in the chat. Is anybody still in the chat?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look through my phone. I mean, I haven't seen nothing new, but it also like comes in a little later versus YouTube.
I have to.
Like on the actual.
I can't shut
chat.
down the stream. She has to do that. I mean,
what the hell? Always passing out. Who knows? She could be on the phone too, though. Possible. Says 23 people or 22 watching.
Crazy.
Ruben said, "Is anyone there?" That's about all.
Yeah, that was me.
I should have put 2 and 2 together with the RS. I'm so stupid. Well, I guess I'll let you go. If she so happens to come back, let her know about the video on Messenger I sent her.
Okay, yeah, for sure.
It's only like a 4-minute class.
We appreciate all your help and stuff. You know?
It's something new that just. I try to do what I can. If I can find something interesting, I'm like, I need to tell get the shit out
we
there.
Appreciate it. We really do. And hopefully, you know what I mean, your townspeople get some justice for this kid, you know, and get down to the nitty-gritty.
I just really want it for the family, you know, really. That's how the town, like the people, you know, on his side anyway, they just want the justice for the family, really.
Right. Well, anytime, you know what I mean, you're always welcome back up, you know, she might have something tomorrow or something.
Oh, yeah, if I come up with any new information, I'll definitely come back up like tonight. That's the only reason I came was because I seen that, you know, the little property thing.
We appreciate that. You know what I mean, that's pretty, I don't know, suspicious, right?
It's pretty odd.
The timing and shit like that, like, yeah.
The day of Autopsy coming out is the day it's signed.
And hopefully, maybe the FBI knows something we don't. So, well, I'm pretty sure they do. So.
I hope so. I hope they crack this shit wide open.
It's fucking weird because there's so many every fucking person has a different, you know, situation of how the story goes down, and none of it fucking matches.
Just theories. No.
You would think if the friends had something to do with it, their stories would all match one another's, you know.
Well, you think they'd be more corresponding if they're trying to hide something.
Right.
Holy shit. And like if it's supposed to be a little buddy system, you think you'd be more coordinated.
Exactly.
It's like y'all gonna sit there and change up your stories. You might. I'm just saying, if you're truly trying to hide something,
right, this must be their first time at this shit.
Oh, it can't be. Remember, because there's already dead bodies under the belts. Remember that?
That's right.
Don't forget about that.
Man. And this,
even the Ricky Howard dude's got
that's
a
fucking
few.
crazy. I mean, they just got a bunch of shenanigans locked up in their closets and shit.
Oh yeah. This, like I said, it goes through both sides, not just one. It's both, and it's a huge family.
And that's when you got a huge family. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you get away with some bullshit.
Yeah, especially if you got family that's got pools, and money.
100%. But yeah,
But
we appreciate it. You know what I mean? We thank you, and anytime you're always welcome up on the panel and stuff.
definitely, I appreciate y'all having me. And if she does come back, tell her I said
Oh,
bye
most
and
deaf.
have a good night. Everybody in the chat, y'all have a good night too as
It's like
well.
nobody's responding.
I'm out of here. I'm tired.
It says 20 something people, but it's like, motherfuckers, where you at?
Probably just listen. Hey, it might be 22 of the people right here. Just chiming in and see what we're pulling up.
Well, you have a good night.
Shit. Y'all too. Be good. Everybody in the comments, be good too for watching. Yeah.
All right, bye.
Later.
All right, everybody. Fixing it bounce. More bounce than the ounce. Can't get a hold of Katie after she fell asleep. Peace.